Okay, I think we're live. Hopefully somebody's awake to see this. All right, if you're tuning in the next day, the 3rd, let's see, what day is it today? Wednesday. 3rd will be Thursday. I'm going to try to do a quick wildfire roundup. I'm so sorry, friends. Last couple of days, my voice has been shot. And I'm not sure about the sound. I'm trying to adjust sound volume right now. I've got a brand new headset. It's the JBL Quantum 810s that I got with your lovely donation money. Thank you very much. Hey guys, hello. Thanks for being here. So I got 2 problems. Physically, I can't hear very well. My sinuses didn't pop, and so I've got a wind tunnel effect in my right ear. I can hear myself breathing. Hey Nicole, it's Saddle Tramp. You guys are cool. So I'm gonna try to get through this. And I've had a lot of sinus issues, and like I said, my voice got shot. It's just been bad. How to going? Yeah. So I'm out of it. I've just taken some Sudafed, hoping that'll be okay. I'm having trouble looking at the stream settings. Okay, there we go. We're not loading. Now they are. Okay, got 6 beers. Yay. C-Probe is still over. He'll be over till 11, something like that. I was going to go live earlier for a roundup, but a friend needed help moving on an emergency basis, and so I dropped everything to help them. And since I was pretty useless, still being a little weak from being sick, C-Probe dropped everything he had to do today to go help. And so it's totally awesome. So I'm not sick, like horribly sick. It was just weird. I rolled around in bed with like a fever and just soaked the bed with sweat. No clue what the heck this is about, but it just could be another sinus infection. I've got ear, nose, and throat appointments coming on the way. I have a deviated septum, and so anytime major, especially heat waves, where I've got the air conditioning going. I mean, at night I open up and for the cool air to come in, and this all the pollen and stuff makes that infected. So I'm less reliable during heat waves. I'm sorry. But the fever is a little bit weird. So I don't know. Nicole says my daughter has a really bad virus right now, tested for everything, the worst sore throat ever. Boy, I'm very sorry. I hope she gets better soon. I've been looking at what's going on with Canada, and well, this is Flight Radar. Oh my God, I saw Big Dog today, and he was briefing me, well, virtually, saw. He was briefing me. Let's get some different map layers on here about what's going on with a town that just dodged a bullet. One of these wildfires just crossed into Canada, and I heard about that a couple of days ago. Smitty's been keeping me informed, and I said, look, if you've got any, let's see, was it shaded relief, and then bear with me, imagery, right? So he's been trying to keep me informed. I said, if there's any crisis, like evacuations, let me know. And then I found out something about my phone, just like I found out about watch duty, and every Android person needs to check this out. I'm going to make a video about exactly how to change settings on your phone. I found out that when somebody gives you several messages in a row, like texts, most Android phones make them completely silent because they think the person doesn't want to be spammed with ding, 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 ding. So the more desperately somebody is trying to get a hold of you, the more you're not going to hear them. So I was quite upset that Smitty told me about a couple of really bad situations. And 4 hours later, I checked the phone and it's like, what? What do you mean there were evacuations? So I take responsibility for that. But really, Android, the way it changed without really telling anybody, it's a whole bunch of things that used to be menus in the settings, and they used to be obviously like menus. They've changed for the buttons to be completely invisible, and you're supposed to psychically know that by pressing on some words that the words open up secret menus. Now this is supposed to help people take even more control of their phone, and so you can change settings and only be getting notifications for what you want, and you can change the ringtone and everything. Like I can now make different notification sounds for different things that happen in watch duty. However, since they changed the way that the menus look, and you just have to psychically know menus are there, I bet 99% of Android users have no idea these menus exist. So as soon as I can talk and not sound like an idiot, I'm going to make a video. I've just been researching how to record my phone and how to do that. So this Eagle Bluff fire is the one that Big Dog was telling me about, and if Cheryl comes in, I'm sure she knows all about this. I don't know how to pronounce this town. Ozoyus is what I would imagine this is called, and Ozoyus Lake. This is like up even past Kamloops, right? I'm not sure. This is bad. It's not the good map. There you go. So I think it's one of our fires that crossed the border into Canada, if I could see. Wow, there's an Oroville in Washington. Huh. Very familiar with the Oroville, California. But if you guys don't know Spanish, that means gold town. Oro means gold. Interesting. I wonder if there's gold there or something. Okay. So this little town dodged a bullet is what Big Dog was saying. I don't really cover Canada, but I just wanted to point that out, that I'm praying for these people here too. I don't know how to cover Canada. Cheryl maybe can walk me through this one day. Legit Gamer 21, we're looking at a red flag day tomorrow and Friday for much of Eastern Oregon. Yeah, that's why I wanted to come and reestablish contact here. Hey, Vanessa, how are you too? I am looking at things. Now, the second thing going on with me right now is I'm in a lawsuit. So I've only actually been sick for this is my third day of being sick. The couple days before then, I tried to wrap up my lawsuit, which I'm on the cusp of winning, knock on wood. So this is like, it's COVID, so they're trying to make this as online as much as possible. It's kind of weird. So I think I can wrap this up in the next few days, and then I'll be much more free. I got to win this lawsuit though. So I'm representing my dad in this lawsuit. So Michael Thompson says, hey, I'm headed to Crater Lake. Oh, that's really cool. I know where that is, but I've never been there. Are there any fires nearby? Thanks, sweetheart. I don't know of any right now. That's a really good question. You can go to Crater Lake via Amtrak, I think, and that's a really awesome way to view Crater Lake. I went from San Francisco to Portland a couple of times, and the northbound trip is the one you want to do. That's the pretty one. And you can also go from the K Falls area, and Crater Lake is right here. It's this big giant crater with a lake in it, right? So the Golden Fire is the one that's close to it. But I think Amtrak and the major highways were never really interrupted. If you go from K Falls over to Crater Lake, if you tell me how are you getting to Crater Lake, Michael? I'll tell you the best route to use at this point. There's not a lot of roads that go to the thing, because there's only so many passes through the Cascades. So if you take Shade of Relief, you could see that the Cascade mountain range is, the peak of it is where the volcanoes are, and it's really weird. Like there's a really long side to, okay, this is mirrored. I'm sorry, this is hard to do. So if this hand right here is the Willamette Valley, okay? This side, right, it's west. So how I do this? Since Eastern Oregon is a high desert, it's like this. Okay. you don't go down. If you come from this valley area, and there's a lot of climbing. There's a lot of climbing. When you reach the peak, there's really not a lot of going down. Like it's like this because it's a high desert. I hope that makes sense. So if you're coming from the Willamette Valley, like Eugene or something like that, I don't think that what is this? This is the McKenzie River Highway, but what's it? I forget its number. Um, you could go east through Eugene, but the Bedrock fire is not threatening um, that right there. I'm very worried about the Bedrock fire. We're about to cover that. It's burning near the fire scar of several things, including the Holiday Farm fire, which was one of 2020's crises, just one of them. So not much of the Cascades is unburned. Yes, you heard me right. Not much of the Cascades is unburned. Most of the Cascades, like the nice areas where there's, you know, mountain passes through them, did burn in 2020. Like here's the Riverside. You have the Lion's Head here. So the Riverside was east of Malala. East of Salem, you had the one I evacuated my mom from, the incredibly bad, fatal Beachy Creek. The other side of it was the Lion's Head fire. Down here, the Holiday Farm was east of Eugene, so most of the mountain passes burned, including, like this was the fiasco at Detroit Lake up here east of Salem. So I'm terribly worried that the Bedrock fire is burning through some of the last pristine, unburned in recent memory portions of the Cascades. It's been now 3 years since the Holiday Farm fire and all the 2020 crisis. There might be enough brush now going up here to make, unless they salvage log this like crazy, which they likely didn't. I don't even know if there's enough time already to have done that. If this is 3 years of drying out all the dead trees near the Holiday Farm fire. This could be a major situation if there's high winds. I'm very, very concerned for the places that the Holiday Farm fire did not reach, which is one of my favorite places in the world over here. This is called Belknap Springs. It's a little tiny hotel thing from the 1800s, and they have a outdoor swimming pool heated by natural hot springs. Now, if you remember what happened during the 2020 crisis, almost all the hot springs pretty much burned. The ones open to the public and accessible, like we lost Brighton Bush up here, and we almost lost, and the fire burned very close to Bagby Hot Springs. Bagby kind of fell apart to kind of disuse anyway, but I believe the Holiday Farm fire or the 2018 Terwilliger fire it really may have damaged Cougar Hot Springs here, also known as Terwilliger Hot Springs, but I don't know the status of that. But I'm extremely concerned for the places that nearly, did manage to dodge the 2020 bullet, and now are threatened. Because remember, every canyon and every one of these mountain passes is a wind tunnel. So right now, pretty much most of the winds have been coming from the Pacific. Not that bad. Not like terrible, crazy windstorms, knock on wood yet, but just, this is August. This is now prime lightning season for California. It's like a monsoonal thing. So what you can expect out of August in general, the West Coast, you know what, guys, I did something. I fixed behind the scenes that pen thing. I can now draw on the map. So I'll tell you what to expect now from the weather in general for August. What's this thing called? The pen drawing thing is called Magic Pen, or Epic Pen. Epic Pen. Okay, let me just start this up. Okay, so right now we're on fire history as well as fire activities. So don't think that all these places are on fire. Everything red is like the last 3 years that burned, if you can believe that. All these massive things. Sometimes a red splotch on the map is back to 2018-ish or something, but most of these were 2020 fires. All right, let's try this out, friends. I think I got this set up now. Let's do a smiley face. Oh, you can't see that. Okay, so let me make sure I drew it, but let me make sure the Epic pen is on the correct. Yeah. Okay. Can you see it now? Can you see it now? I drew like a blue smiley face thing. Okay. So, all right. Let me make this thicker. I make this thicker. Changed it a little bit. Yeah, thicker. So like. All right, we're back in action. You can see that, right? Let me check the chat. Hey, Urban, how are you? Let me resize your window here, guys. Okay, so which way are you coming to Crater Lake? Let me look back up. Hey, Big Al, how you doing? I found a company that wants to talk to you. Is it okay to pass along your email? Yeah, that's okay. That's on my channel. I mean, that's on the About channel page. Of course it is, sure. They provide communications equipped to land and firefighters. Yeah, I'd love to talk to these people. One thing I wanted to make was a channel about new technology and how that's going to change firefighting forever. So communication's the number one thing. Nothing is more important than communication. Nothing. That goes for all kind of coordinated fights, military or otherwise. You lose communication and you have nothing, right? It's just like think about the world's strongest person, right? You can't walk anymore if your spine loses communication with your legs, right? That's what being crippled is. So losing communication between the different divisions and different people cripples your effort. So there's nothing more important than communication. I would definitely love to talk to people. Hey, Big Daddy, hugs. I don't want to make this too long because my throat is not 100% recovered yet. I'm lucid and with it right now, at least, like I can now competently talk about fires and weather behavior and stuff. So let me, a couple days ago, I wasn't. Okay, so Michael says I'm going up I-5, then to Little Glass Mountain, then Crater Lake. Where is Little Glass Mountain? Let's take a look, because, so you are going to come from the west. Oh, 2010, Tamarack. I should have specified Oregon. Wait, that is Oregon. I need to turn off fire history a second. All right, are we in the right area? So you're going to come up to K Falls off of I-5. Oh, okay, I see. You're taking, let me. Okay, change relief. So, okay, so this would be the road that is not labeled. All right, I'm going to go to Google Maps because it's going to label roads and stuff. Not that one. That's Google Maps. Okay, so Wairika, K Falls. 97. I would imagine this Highway 97 you're taking. I think I did that a long time ago. That was very flat. Very, very flat. It has awesome little ghost towns and stuff. So you'll be making your way to K Falls and then to Crater Lake. I think that's perfectly fine. If you're leaving from Weed is a place that had so many fire tragedies in the last couple of days, including that mill fire last couple of years. I mean, buy something at Weed because they really need that community needs to recover from their tragedies. We were covering it the same day, I believe. I don't know if we were live when it broke out. That might have been one of those where we were trying to warn people. Either that or I dropped everything and tried to cover that live best we could, but I think they had fatalities. Now, we did hear, if anybody is wondering, we did hear from the official sources about the investigation that just somewhat recently concluded. I'm going to turn off the air conditioning really quick. I'm sorry, friends. What do you guys think of this new headset? Is it any better than the old one? I don't know that it's supposed to be much better. It's just a slight improvement. But yeah, I think if you went up 97, that's great. There's a whole lot of nothing to see on the way to Klamath Falls. That's very dry and very, if you're traveling with kids, they'd be upset. You could take 66. I don't believe I've taken that way to Cave Falls before. Maybe it's a long time ago. But if we look at um, let's see, where is the Mackenzie River Highway? I've never taken the way east of Roseburg or anything like that. Oh, are you going to come up through Medford? No, you said Glass Mountain. Uh, okay, anyway, I think the only thing you have to worry about for fires is the golden is it's not burning towards Cave Falls that I've heard about. So I would just say you could go through Cave Falls. Going north of Medford, I don't know. I've never taken that route before. It's a very pleasant drive to go the Mackenzie River though, east to Eugene. But since you're coming up from the south, you may not even make it that far. So I think you're fine. Choose any route you want from the south to get to Prayer Lake. Okay, so let's do the Wildfire Round-Up. It's now 45 minutes later or whatever. Sorry, guys. Oh, Wine Country Stacking, thank you so much for the kind donation. I really, really appreciate that. We do need more fundraising to stay here throughout August and September. It's been really brutal. I'm still not recovered financially from my near kidney failure thing that happened all winter. And the brutal exploratory surgery after that kept me out of action. I didn't make any extra money all winter and all of the spring. Just bedridden. I'm lucky to be alive, but all of your donations are so wonderful and help so much right now. God, where's my PayPal link? I should have put that up and pinned it. I think, guys, also, I've been toying with the idea of giving away a couple of Pixel 7 phones. I've got 3 of them to sell, and I thought, well, why don't I just give them away like a raffle? You know what I mean? And then if people are kind and generous and they win the raffle, they can decline to claim the prize, and we can raffle it off again. That happens sometimes. Like if somebody with a lot of money or doesn't need a phone, wants to do that. I've heard that happening on a couple other streams. I don't know the rules about doing a raffle in the state of Oregon, the rules about doing it on YouTube, but I want to be able to try to give you guys something in return. I haven't set up like a Patreon. I wanted to give away things, like little things that make you feel special, I've picked up a lot of little crystal pieces at various towns that were affected by fires, things like quartz crystal off the ground and interesting rocks, and got 2 bottles of authentic Lake Tahoe water we could put in vials, but my God, I just have not been able to get around to that. So if people want to do that sort of thing, that's what I'm looking for. Instead of me trying to eBay some phones, why don't I say, hey, we have a goal. Once we reach this goal, every $2 or something equals a ticket. We pull that out of a hat somehow, and give me your physical address, and I mail it. That's what I want to do. So thank you so much for that donation. I will try to go back in time a little bit so that anybody who's recently donated to kind of keep us alive is included with this, But anyway, that's just something I'm toying with. I don't want to talk too much. My throat's already going nuts. So there's something that's going on down here. I want to go through this real quick, the York Fire. Now, we've got a nice 34% containment on that. This is in the California-Nevada border area. Now, that thing took off like a rocket, and I was monitoring it, but other than ghost towns, which I don't want to burn, my dream was to afford a trailer. I've got an SUV, and if I can visit these places towing around my trailer, my goal before any of this fire stuff happened in 2020 was to video document and make mini documentaries interviewing old timers and going to ghost towns, and I'm not talking paranormal crap. I don't believe in that. I'm talking like abandoned towns, towns that died. That's why they're called ghost towns, where they have almost no residents anymore, but they once had a heyday. There's a lot more of these than you ever imagined going around. You're probably living next to one, right? And don't know it. Um, in many cases, different counties, especially the sparsely populated ones, have more ghost towns than ones that survived throughout history. Like it's pretty nuts. California has the most, I think, of any state in the entire union. Well, just because A, it's really big, and B, it had a lot of different settlement rushes, like gold rushes and stuff. Yeah, different mineral rushes and blah blah blah. So I'm really happy to see that this is almost 100,000 acres. It's in Clark County, Nevada. We got a 34% containment, and usually they will do a really good job of trying to protect. These counties usually know exactly where their historical places are, and they'll sometimes go to those places and just wet down everything and then let the fires go past them. But that's if they can reach them. And they're more likely to protect a spot. Like during the Dixie Fire, they protected the Lucky S mining town in Plumas County because it had a source of water. It has an ever-flowing spring there, and they protected it during the Moonlight Fire too. They lost some buildings, I don't know what, but they do what they can. In general, our firefighters heroically save more than we ever hear about. So because this was really not threatening much in the way of living towns, and usually these are so small that it's very easy for local law enforcement to get the word out about, evacuations. I didn't feel like it was anything I had to desperately go live to like help the public about. So I know this is a bad one. But in general, away from human habitation, these areas are designed to burn. I mean, it's a desert for the love of God. So this sagey stuff, this chaparral, these grasslands, fire is part of the natural, landscape. It's just I really wish that more historical and places where ranchers really need, to protect their cattle, those things are protected automatically rather than as an afterthought. Like I'm just hoping that in the future, state parks and state officials and rangers and such, BLM, will just like naturally just maintain a fire safe perimeter around our historical assets instead of racing to protect them after letting 20 years of weeds grow up around them. You know what I'm saying? There are some counties that have zero goose egg, zero surviving stamp mills, for example, with even a really glorious mining history. They may have had 200 mines and 200 stamp mills and 150 stamp mills, but they have zero that survive because wildfire just takes them out over time and vandalism and stuff. Whoops, that's a tweet. Okay, and by the way, you're not crazy. It's a tweet, but Twitter's called X now. Can't make this up. Apparently, Elon Musk has a fetish for the word X. He named his child the word X. Not making this up. Can't make this up. So, he feels it's lucky or something like that. So Twitter is now called X, and I was frustrated for an entire afternoon trying to figure out why Twitter was just saying, "Sorry, can't pull up any fire info. Sorry, can't do that right now." So I made a review on the Play Store saying X. I couldn't have thought of a better name except maybe double X because it's very reminiscent of the X over your eyes when you're dead. The app is dead now, so yeah. Anyway, the York Fire is kind of something for me to keep an eye on out there, but I'm just keeping tabs on it. The Pika thing is going on in Yosemite, We're not going to get a whole lot of info about it except what they want to tell us, because the whole national parks thing is different. They successfully keep out citizen journalists, so they get almost complete control of what information reaches the public. So I don't trust half of it. The K&P and the stuff going on with Sequoia National Park, they kept the journalists out, even though that's illegal, and freedom of the press, blah blah blah. There may have to be something that goes to the Supreme Court by the time our journalists are allowed back into it. And I'm sure if they would stop getting themselves in harm's way, that would be something that would help the situation. And also, if they would stop doing evil stuff, like there's this one very major news media channel that smuggled a resident back into the fire that happened in Northern California while it was an open criminal investigation about the cause of the fire, and they smuggled back in a resident. God, what fire was that called? I'm so sorry, friends. God, it was up in. This is nuts. It was the one in Klamath, in the Klamath Basin, the first deadly bad fire of the year last year. God, why can't I remember it? I'm so sorry, friends. Now I thought I could put on fire history and I could easily remember it. It was by Weaverville. Not the Helena. Okay, guys, can you help me out with what fire that was? It was some journalist, some major journalist, news channel smuggled. Was by Weaverville, I swear. Maybe I'm just going insane here. Anyway, they smuggled during a mandatory evacuation one of the residents back to check on their property, and they found their own uncle dead in the ashes, and filmed the person's reaction. And it was not. There's for a good reason. They were still looking for the dead in the ashes, and they were still looking for causes of the fire. And I thought it was lightning at the time, since there was a massive windstorm and lightning, but it turns out power company stuff, the one that Warren Buffett kind of owns, or his investment firm does. So isn't that Pacific Core or Pacific Power or something like that? So they're actually investigating the power company, and in comes these journalists with freedom of the press. Yeah, it's not freedom of the press when you smuggle in residences, and it's really disgusting to try to film their reaction when they find their loved ones dead. Look, investigators need to get there first, because this is manslaughter charges against the power company or any arsonist if they start the fire. And the investigators need to not worry about this kind of crap. So there's been a lot of mistrust between the authorities and, journalists. That kind of stuff just doesn't help. So let me look back at the campfires down in Paradise Wine Country. That's where my brother almost died. Thank you, though. It was up far in the north. Klamath River area, I want to say. I mean, I should just Google this, honestly. The Deadly Fire Pacific for 2022 in Northern California. Was it the Slater? That's I don't know. I don't think so. Or is it Pacific Power? Twisp River Fire? Wildfire today. Oh, God, if I just could remember it. Now, that was about 2020. Really, it happened in 2022. Yeah, there's a lot of power companies guilty of. I would call it reckless homicide or whatever. That's if you and me caused a fire, that's what it would be called. If we say drove our car drunk into a power line, and that would be called reckless homicide. But these power companies, they plea and they get charges like manslaughter, like PG&E did for the campfire. But um, basically, it should be illegal, and it hasn't been so far. But basically, when there's massive windstorms and your live power lines could be going down, spreading fires, you need to cut the power so that people can escape. But power lines tend to parallel the roads. Um, it was before the mosquito fire. It could have been the Rum Creek and Six Rivers. McKinney. Thank you, Big Al McKinney. Sorry, friends. There's too many fires to keep track of. It was the McKinney and a journalist. Let me just tell you what the hell I'm talking about. The McKinney fire. I need to go back and apologize to everybody because people were saying, look, it wasn't the damn. They kept coming on this channel saying it wasn't the damn storm. Yes, it was a lightning storm. Yes, lightning was striking the mountaintops and places nearby. But the fact that power lines probably were going down, I remember specifically live when we were covering the McKinney fire, the staging area where all the firefighters were going to meet was suddenly overwhelmed by fire, and it spooked them out to the point where they said, go back wherever you guys were coming. This place is on fire where we were going to meet. One of the firefighters on his way says, I'm stuck. The fire's now in front of me and behind me. I'm going to sit here on this bridge and chill. And so that's part of the reason, guys. I tell people that bridges are a great place to chill. You can get under them in a fire. Also, bridges usually don't burn. I mean, if it's just blacktop asphalt over a wooden one, they can, of course, burn from underneath. But in general, do what firefighters do. There's a reason I give this advice, right? So we were on pins and needles for this firefighter that now had fire in front of him and behind him. And I should have put two and two together, but it was live power lines going down along people's avenues of escape, just like in 2020 with the Pacific Corps, I believe it was, in the Detroit Lake fiasco, and Beachy Creek, the deadly one there. So the McKinney fire, the journalist takes a victim, yeah, there were two more fires. I want to get it right. I don't want to name the wrong company. Past the roadblocks. They were looking at some actual criminal charges. Media reminded about California law covering wildfire access. We saw this weird tweet, and it was it was a very angry tweet. I think it was from the sheriff's office. It was an announcement. Media, you can come and cover the fires. You cannot bring civilians past our roadblocks during a fire investigation. This is a live crime scene. And when they started calling the McKinney fire a crime scene, I went, oh, that's what people are talking about. Here I was just saying, guys, it's obviously lightning, and I was totally wrong. I have to admit that, and I feel embarrassed about that. But with the amount of lightning strikes we were witnessing live, pop, 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 I thought for sure it had to have been lightning. I mean, it must have been both. Power lines going down plus lightning. But I can't speak on it authoritatively until I see some reports. I don't know if they're done with their investigation and all that. Hey, don't step in the grease. Hey, how are you doing again? So this is, I just want to say that this is what happened. The media televised the information prior to law enforcement properly processing that scene and notifying the family that their family members had died. This is unacceptable and disrespectful to fire victims and their families, and it will not be tolerated. So that was the incident Monday happened on a property where a body was later found. So under California's penal code, the media has access into closed areas to report about events in a disaster that are close to the public, including after fires. But this was disgusting. They smuggled it in. The notice was prompted by an incident Monday in which a news outlet brought someone who was not affiliated with the media past a McKinney fire closure checkpoint, went onto their private property, and televised a segment with that person. And yeah, they found their uncle dead in the ashes. And it was this, I saw it on the news too. I was disgusted. The whole ride there, it was like, so you think your uncle could be dead in the fire? Yeah, my uncle said that he was going to stay or something, or he couldn't get out or something like that. What do you expect to find in his property? I expect to find his body there. Like, oh God, this is gruesome. Like, God, some journalists really bother me with the way they are. That's just disgusting. So, anyway. Let's see. Um, I can't pull it up, and we're spending too much time on this, but it was the McKinney, and if you guys want to look that up, I mean, I may have covered this before already. I want to do a wildfire roundup and not talk too much. Hey, Brad P, how you doing? Hey, Polar. Hey, guys. Big Al says, you have a company I've been talking to is a device like a watch that fire crews can wear, monitors their vital signs. That's something I've called for before, and I've talked to firefighters on YouTube. There needs to be something that monitors firefighters' vital signs, especially in structure fires, because sometimes when there's a roof collapse or something and they lose contact with a firefighter and their alarm goes off, I think it's called the pass. If you ever watch structure fire videos, and firefighters are like hanging out next to the person filming, and they go, there's an alarm sound that goes beep beep, and then the firefighter jiggles himself like this, and it stops. There's an alarm they wear. It's called the pass alarm, and that's called the pass wiggle. If a firefighter stops moving and is stationary, it goes off. Because it means he's stuck. He's probably stuck underneath falling debris, or he's down and unconscious, right? And so it goes beep, 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 beep. And if that keeps going off, every firefighter will turn their head and go, dude, that's a pass, somebody's down. And then they will just about kill themselves to get towards their fallen comrade. So sometimes, like if it's been a wall collapse and there's another wall ready to come down on them, like bricks or something, honestly, I mean, if there's no vital signs on their comrade, they need to not try to rescue a corpse. And it's one of the sad things, but sometimes other firefighters have gotten themselves killed, and there was no hope of rescue for the person in the rubble at all. And instead of having to audibly hear somebody in danger because their pass alarm goes off, somebody's pulse goes racing and then stops or something, or goes down to an incredibly low beat. Sometimes that person's got to be rescued, even though the pass alarm failed or something. Anyway. But I do think, my watch, my smartwatch tells me what my pulse is and my blood oxygen, and firefighters need this kind of stuff too. So I'll stop babbling though. The flat fire, this one is still a threat. This is still a massive threat to Oregon. It's still a threat to Gold Beach. It's still a threat to Brookings in a less in a less immediate way. But Agnes, thank goodness, can breathe a huge sigh of relief. The most that I've heard about going on with the flat fire, which is in Southwest Oregon, is they did incredible and amazing work in pretty much record time. They're patting themselves on the back and probably should be quite proud of their own work to protect the community of Agnes here, which, remember, this is like all river canyons and mountain passes are wind tunnels. So Agnes was like looking down the barrel of this gun. They have a museum and all this stuff. The fire still has pretty much killed their peak of their tourist season, which they needed to recover from 2020 and all this other madness. So they're still like hurting really bad, but at least they, knock on wood, didn't have their town burned down. So the big areas of major concern, though, is south. We've had growth and expansion south and southwest on the fire. I have not kept up with it as well as I should have, but that's always been where I thought the biggest problem is going to be, and it still is because of a lack of roads. So what they've been basically forced to do, like I predicted would happen, is they can't really build new roads, not in the time that they need to. I'm sure they're attempting to. A fire break is essentially a road. But you've got the Chamaeopsis, was it called Kalmiopsis wilderness? In wilderness areas, like they try to prevent road building. It's this really horrible thing where environmentalists, the Wilderness Act 1963 or whatever it was, defines a wilderness as a place minimally affected by man's, touch, like road building is one of the examples. So they are scared that if roads get built for any reason, even fire access road, then in order to develop a fragile wilderness area, that the presence of roads will be used to argue in court that there should be earth raping, logging, and mining and whatever development, right? And so there's been a very, very stupid argument now to just prevent road building in these areas. And what that means is the wilderness burns down. There should have been something intelligent, which is make sure you amend that act to not include roads and firefighting roads, especially fire access roads. That will not be in the definition of a wilderness, that has no bearing on anything, that it doesn't matter, that you cannot delist a wilderness area because of the presence of roads. That should have just been something changed, excuse me. That should have just been something to change the Wilderness Act. And instead, there's a really stupid new bill being put forth saying, making it illegal to put roads in wildernesses. Well, you know what? That just means we're going to lose the wilderness to fire completely and utterly. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and I'm absolutely dismayed. Everybody should spread the word that that's gonna mean that we will lose all these special places to raging infernos. Not the kind that the forest grows back, the kind where the forest will never grow back, because it's a mega fire. We have primed the landscape by suppressing almost all fires for an entire century. We have now primed the landscape to be completely fuel loaded with 100 years plus of pine needles and built up sticks, dead down trees that are sort of half rotted on the landscape, dead trees on the landscape. This is all completely unnatural. And if there's no fire access roads to fight a fire, then there's only one thing you can try, and that's light new fires in a roadless area to try to burn the area in front of the other fire. And if you think that's dangerous, yes, it is. If you have roads in between two areas, when you burn the area in between it, if it's about to get out of control, at least the roads in between mean that you can be there with a whole bunch of fire engines. Even if your backfire, which is going to help the situation, there's always a risk it can get out of control. At least you can be on this road and on this road with big fire engines and fire trucks and lots of crews ready to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. Well, you lose that option with no roads. There's no fire engines, there's no trucks, and there's usually no crews either. Right now, they're just taking incendiary ping pong balls and they're dropping them out of drones and trying to burn away in the cool of the night, in the still of the night. They're trying to burn away all this huge amount of sticks and pine needles and stuff on the ground in a much more controlled type of a less intense way, right, at night, so that in the morning when the seat of the fire reaches that stuff, it slows down and stops because it just doesn't have that much fuel. So this sounds really dangerous to fight fire with fire. Yeah, it is way more dangerous if there's no roads. So please, for the love of God, call your congressman, especially in the Pacific Northwest, especially if they have a D in front of their name, and say this roadless Wilderness Act thing needs to be stopped. It's the worst thing for fires. We already lost the Opal Creek Wilderness because there weren't any fire access roads. That was some of the last of the old growth, the entire Cascades. We don't need to lose any more. So if you look right here, Kalmiopsis wilderness is complicating everything. There's also something else they need to change about the Wilderness Act. There's this, they thought it was a good idea, but there's no vehicles, no vehicle traffic is allowed, and no internal combustion engines and stuff are allowed, right? So you can't use a chainsaw. I kid you not. You have to use a cutting saw. Broken Fish, the mod, told us all about this. Can you imagine firefighters trying to learn how to use a crosscut saw? And all the blacksmiths, like, that you have to maintain these things and sharpen them. Okay, you have to quickly chainsaw down trees that are like dead really quick before a fire comes. You don't have time to take a class on how to use 1800s tools and wait for them to be shipped in. Okay, you have to work really fast to build a fire break. You can't, all this crap is just ridiculous. Firefighters need to be exempt from these cute rules that you can only use. Oh, and by the way, they need to arrive by vehicle, not on riding on the back of a donkey and a mule. But in reality, that's what the 1963 thing says. You know, you're supposed to use unmotorized vehicles and unmotorized everything, including like could you imagine them lumberjacking trees down and blistering up their hands with axes? Like, okay, we need to fight fire like it's 21st century, not like it's the 1800s. That's all I've got to say. So let's change the law to be intelligent and not less intelligent. That's all I've got to say. But that is what they're looking at in this Kalmiopsis wilderness. Like they have to import a bunch of 1800s crosscut saws. Kid you not. Kid you not. In order to fight the fire there, if there's not going to be some exemptions. And what do you have to do for these exemptions? You got to make a whole bunch of phone calls to the bureaucratic nightmare chain of command in order to get that approved. Oh my God. So you can see the Kalmiopsis wilderness here. And these roads are not well maintained because, you know, wilderness is not supposed to have a road. In fact, these were pre-existing for when this wilderness designation got approved. If you look around here, like these aren't roads. This is a border of the wilderness. So how are fire engines supposed to get here? They can't. Spoiler alert, they can't. So they're just dropping incendiaries off ping pong balls loaded with kerosene, essentially, off of drones. And the potential for that to get out of control is great, because even if a fire engine could just race up there and squirt out a little one that's out of its lane, for example, it ain't going to happen. And they're not going to parachute in hot shot types crews. What do you call that? The guys that parachute in. They're not going to be parachuted in because after losing groups of 20 to wildfires where they had no escape route, well, we finally figured out we should stop putting firefighters in deadly situations where there's no escape route if things go wrong. So my point stands. I hope you guys get that by now. So to the southwest here, the reason I'm worried for Brookings and more than Gold Beach now is Brookings, the town. Whoops. Oh, I put base layer shaded relief. Of course, that's what happened. Now, Brookings down here it seems like it's quite far away, right? But should it burn over a couple of mountaintops here, like right here, then you have those drainages, which are basically wind tunnels, and the fire will be driven down the wind tunnels when the wind's blowing a different way. And then this major one right here, this is the Chetco River. If it gets into all the dead trees standing on the landscape from the 2002 Biscuit fire, which was never salvage logged, then all these dead trees are going to go up in a magnificent rush of terrifying, mega fire status. And then if there's a big wind that pushes it down this river, oh, that's right, I can use the pen. down this river, Brookings is right in the way. So that's why I'm very uneasy about the fire getting to right here. But look, it's on the doorstep. Now, I mean, I am worried about this small community here. I think that's the Pistol River. Let me verify. I didn't realize people really lived over there. Yeah, the Pistol River, but there's a couple of neighborhoods. And so the Pistol River and Brookings right now are looking down the barrel of the gun like Agnes was before. So this is a grave concern to me with this flat fire. So far, we've been magnificently lucky. We've been like amazingly lucky that there hasn't been a Biscuit Fire 2.0 out of this thing. But just you wait. The potential is still there. The Biscuit Fire was Oregon's biggest fire past, the 20th century mark, like past the year 1900, right? Now, the Biscuit Fire was Oregon's largest. I mean, in 1800s there might have been a few, but this is the Biscuit Fire. Okay? That's the Biscuit Fire. Just pencil in all of this. That's the size of the Biscuit Fire 2002. And I looked it up. Guess what was going on during 2002's Biscuit Fire? El Nino. What are we in today this year? El Nino. So I told you I was going to tell you what's in store for the West here during August and during El Nino. So what El Nino does is you've got in general, just in general, and there's I got to turn that off. In general, and there's El Nino summers and El Nino winters. Of course, jet stream and stuff and Gulf Stream is going to change. But you've got hotter and drier this area. Hot, dry. It's basically at the Oregon border with California. Then down here you got wetter, colder than normal. Okay, that's just all you need to kind of know. The jet stream here, it changes, blah, 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 because of ocean temperatures, blah, blah, blah. And the jet stream is a you shall not pass kind of thing for the tropical moisture stuff that's supposed to come up from the Pacific and the Gulf, right? That's why Canada's on fire. Good night, T-Pro. Have a good night. He's leaving. Okay, so this is a really crude drawing, but I hope you guys get the idea. So usually you're going to get your banana belt, pineapple storm, monsoonal stuff. That would, maybe make this a lot more moist, but not during El Nino. So what does August do in general to California? And the monsoonal stuff it's going to be just enough moisture to have like lightning storms come up through this kind of a region. And I don't know that much about Southwest, but sometimes it does this too. And they usually go from south to north, stuff in Baja. I'm gonna make a pink color, but pink is lightning, okay? So what you do is you get millions of lightning strikes, especially in California, north of San Francisco, as these fast-moving storms go by. It goes you could get 8,000 strikes in just a couple of storms through the month of August. So what is the normal protocol? The normal protocol is CAL FIRE and everything to do with California and Southern Oregon especially. Their protocol is let's chase after all these little lightning strike fires and put them out before the worst fire season happens. And the worst fire season is actually winter for California. What degree do I have in meteorology? Okay, what degree do you have in being a jerk? I think it's a doctorate. I'm explaining the basics of weather. Go ahead and look it up and verify it, Mr. Heckler jerk person. California's worst firefighting season is winter, because that's when you get the Diablo winds and the Santa Anas. Every Californian pretty much knows about the Santa Anas. It's just so dominating our lives we live in fear of them. It's just like every Floridian worries about hurricanes. And no, you don't need a meteorology degree to explain how hurricanes form. Just what I thought. No answer. Mods, will you execute that person? He's not welcome here anymore. Off with his head, to the snake pit. I mean, whatever way you want to execute that person, that's fine. So what you could do is you go to the Wikipedia article, if you won't take it from me. You go to Wikipedia, and you could check out something called Diablo winds. So watching is a right, but commenting is a privilege. One that goes away when jerk mode becomes enabled, but there's always one of those out there. So just take a look at this diagram if you don't believe me. So the Diablo winds and Santa Anas are basically the same thing. They usually occur at exactly the same moment. Now, California's worst and deadliest fires have occurred in the winter time. These winds are seasonal, nothing to do with global warming. They're always going on. No, not timeouts. When I say execute, ban, please. Thank you. A person can screw up once on the channel and realize they're being a horse's ass or whatnot. And if they remedy their kind of way that they speak to me, that's okay. You know, we're under stress. Sometimes it brings out, you know, the jerk in somebody, right? But once you're informed that you're not being helpful, you can go ahead and ask questions. You can ask how I know this. In fact, I've almost lost 2 brothers to these wildfires before, and I lived through one of these, and I did lose my family friend to one of these. That's why I know so much about them, you know. Also, Native Californians just generally know this stuff, but the general media is not going to tell you about this stuff because they don't know. I remember I met a documentary film crew of youngsters that came all the way from England to film something about Paradise, and they were doing interviews with the locals who should never have talked to these idiots. And at the very end, they said, you're contributing to global warming, and yet you're climate denying, and global warming obviously was what burned down Paradise. And they tried to blame the victims. It was so disgusting. I said, don't you understand Diablo winds, that they're seasonal, and that's why Paradise burned down and the power company started the fire? Like, everybody in Paradise was fire safe. They already did all of their prep, their emergency prep. You know, they have no control over whether or not the power company energizes their lines and doesn't maintain them. They are the victims of a power company. Wait a second. Rob Lingsdorf. Wait. Okay, also climate change debates aren't allowed on stream. Nothing that causes an endless debate that won't be solved, none of that is allowed here. In fact, I don't care if people believe in it or not. I don't care. We're in the same boat, you know. We need to get these fires stopped and work together. So we need to stand against power companies and arsonists and such who cause these fires, out of control corporations and the media who's reporting it wrong. Okay. Even if we don't agree on how we got into this mess, everybody agrees that it is a hotter and drier environment. But there's no way that a debate about how we got there is going to be beneficial. So, Cheryl, I don't care if somebody does climate denial, whatever. That's okay. All you have to do is say that there's no debate allowed. I'm not here to be a mouthpiece for the CO2 scapegoating thing. I don't even believe in it myself. I think CO2 is scapegoated. I think we have affected the climate as human beings, obviously, through desertification, deforestation, a whole bunch of really bad policies. But, like, there's a bunch of different ways you can affect the climate. But a debate about it is not what this channel's about. So, guys, I want to unite the people who disagree. If you think that you need to change everybody's viewpoint to your own, That's a very bad idea, a very bad strategy. You don't need to change people's viewpoints that aren't going to change. You have to create solidarity by saying our goal is the same. Fighting fires is the goal. Keeping people safe and informed is the goal. And so it doesn't matter how the mule got in the ditch. Let's not debate about it. It's how do we get out of this ditch? How do we get out of these disaster situations? How do we stay safe? People can believe whatever they want to about how we got here. It doesn't matter. So, yes, we're all in the same boat. So, anyway, sorry about that, Rob. I need to do a much better job of explaining what the rules are of the channel again. I used to put that and say, see the description, but there wasn't enough rules for room for the rules and the amount of characters. There's a limit. For the rules to be there, plus all these, life-saving links that we provide in the description. So I kind of take it for granted that a lot of people are new or may have forgotten the rules, especially my mods. Like taxing cow farts and stuff right now is not going to get us out of this situation. And doing the things that are effective are gonna get us out of these situations. So, thanks, Polar. So anyway, the 1930s, I wanted to say something about that, Rob Langsdorff, and sorry you got timed out and everything. What people should be, before they're timed out, is reminded about climate change, abortion, and stuff like that is not something we're going to debate on the channel. This is a politics-free zone. We only talk about politics, how it relates to wildfires. Like, for example, go ahead and take shots at California's governor because he protects PG&E and takes their money, and he's part of the corruption system, right? We need to replace him, otherwise California is going to continue to experience these disasters. Please stop that spamming of whatever it is you're spamming. Time that guy out, please. So anyway, I don't know how chat got to chaos. I really don't like to have to exactly, Strange Revan. We're all suffering, and if we're divided, then we will experience more of the same. If we don't hold our politicians accountable and say stop taking the money of, the power companies that start these fires and such. I mean, remember, Cheryl, we couldn't help Canada during the Dixie Fire because we had almost all of our entire nation's firefighters on the one Dixie Fire. So, go ahead and ban him. That's fine. I don't know why the trolls have found the channel tonight, but yeah, go ahead. That's a ban. Being crazy is also banned on the channel. Okay, so back to what I was freaking saying. Yeah, Heather. On top of that, well, PG&E bills are now unaffordable, and now the elderly people are dying because they don't have the money to turn on their air conditioning. Because PG&E was allowed by this governor and the last governor of California to kill people and cause billion-dollar wildfires, and to raise rates on the victims to pay out the victims so that their stock price didn't tank and so that their company survived as a private, traded company. So any politician that takes PG&E's money is part of that corruption scheme, and we just address it like that. California will continue to have. We've already had thousands of fires caused by PG&E. They'll continue to have fires caused by them if they're not held accountable, and if there's no reason to prevent them, they won't have, real financial incentive to not have these fires by, maybe spoofing up their maintenance. If a slap on the wrist is their only penalty, then this will continue, right? So thank you, sister. Yeah, chat disruptors be gone. I'm going to have a really cool sound effects thing later, and we're going to flush the chat disruptors down the toilet every time. We'll do fun things. We'll have off with their heads sort of things, and like chat disruptors' names will be like thrown in the snake pit. That's from the movie, the show Vikings. Okay, so here you don't have to be back to the matter at hand. You don't have to be a climatologist to explain what the hell happens with the alba winds, and they're seasonal. So the idea is that every single August you're going to have the monsoonal stuff that comes up, where unfortunately from this direction, in general, Baja, whatever, this is a seasonal thing that happens every year. You get these very, very fast-moving storms, and they've got a little moisture, right? If you Do you know what just happened? These headphones just turned themselves off like the other crappy ones did in the middle of talking. Like, I don't know what to do with this. I updated their firmware and everything. I'm incredibly frustrated with this. Oh well. Okay, I'm gonna start all over. Ahem. Trolls be gone. I'm already half an hour over this wildfire roundup that I wanted to do because my throat is a bit sore, but this is what we have to look forward to August. This is why it's incredibly important for me to be here through the month of August. And your donations are how I'm going to be here. I'm not going to be like working on anything else. I'm not going to be doing my computer job. I'm not going to be traveling. I'm going to be here through the month of August because we got a very hard month. It's a very hard for wildfire, very hard month for wildfires. Now, starting from the beginning, because I'll probably just cut out the troll part, there. You get this monsoonal type thing, and I hate the word monsoon, but they're using it. It's basically some tropical warm moisture stuff coming from the Pacific, and during El Nino, that means the Pacific is a lot more hot than normal. I don't know how that affects these, but even if it's an El Nino or a La Nina, either way, August is the lightning storm season for California, and then for Southern Oregon, some of them make it up to Washington, some of them make it all the way up to the Kamloops, Canada area. So I just realized something, guys. I'm not circling the correct spot because the way I had to do Epic Pen, wow, was I made a separate layer. See, I circled Kamloops right there. No wonder I was looking crazy here. That's Kamloops. What? It would have to be like that. Okay, in the past, it just fit my monitor, right? And now it it doesn't fit over it in the right spot. Okay, so let me try to figure this out. All right, okay, so that's something I gotta figure out on my offhand screen. I made both screens the same size in my OBS. It's called OBS uploading software thing. If you go right click, transform fit to the screen, it should be exactly the same size, and there shouldn't, it's a weird offset. Okay. I don't know why this has to be hard. I don't like OBS as a program. It's kind of hard to use, but now this is just something that's bizarre. Oh, I know what it's doing. I know what it's doing. Okay. This is why I need the third monitor hookup, and I've got to change everything around my room. I'm using a 42-inch TV. So in order to make the little Epic Pen show up for you guys, It has to be its own separate layer, and it's on the layer for the entire display, and it's 42-inch. But I do not have this little screen, full screen. It's I'm looking at chat here on one side of the screen. I'm looking at what I'm drawing on the other side. So I have to do this. Let's see. Transform fit to screen. I've got to do this. Nope. Okay, I can only draw accurately from this point. Nope, that didn't even fix it. All right, friends, jeez. All right, I'll have to fix that off screen. This is too difficult. And it's going to drive me crazy to be doing it like this. So once I get my third monitor set up, because I need to put a third desk up in here, I'll have like one monitor for running the show, a second monitor for me seeing stuff, and a third one. Well, I mean, the first one is what I record, so the entire monitor being recorded, I won't have to have any of this weird shenanigans, right? I'll just drag over to that monitor, whatever I want recorded for you guys to see it. Then I'll have the big monitor for me to monitor like the 57 to 73 tabs I have to have open for wildfire monitoring. And then OBS, the program, will be on its own monitor. And then this will be the ideal setup. But that's why there has to be 3. And this room isn't big enough right now. I have to get a new desk in here, blah, 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 blah. So I'm half done with that, but please just bear with me on all this setup. Hey, Opus Singer, welcome back. I tried to find you when I was in Tahoe several times last year, but it's good that you're back. Can you please give me write to my email here and give me your at least your email so I can tell you when I'm in Tahoe and such? It's Catherine.Davidson.wildfires at gmail.com. And Strange Reverend, you got that PayPal link so I can pin that? That'd be great. It looks like I'll be talking a little bit longer today than I thought due to the interruption of the troll and other things like that. All right, so I'm going to go back to starting over because I'm basically going to probably edit out all that crap. People are probably being driven nuts like, oh no, Opus Singer, I'm homeless for the last year. Tahoe collapsed for musicians, but NAPA is friendly. I hope you get some housing soon. I know what it's like rent and stuff is insane all over California, especially from the wildfires and stuff. Thank you so much, Strange Reverend. Thank you, everybody, keeping us going with your donations. If you do the chat, super chat, YouTube takes 30% away. But PayPal takes almost nothing. So, okay, yeah, okay. Rob says, sorry, thanks for your patience, Rob. I've got to have a big powwow, reassert what the rules are, make sure all the mods are up to date on what they are. And after 10 p.m., the family-friendly rules are relaxed quite a bit. I won't crucify anybody for saying the occasional curse word, like if it's a joke or something, But yeah, I'm praying for you, Opus. You might want to try Oregon Coast, Coos Bay, especially. The wine country is probably a good place to hang out. But there's a lot of bars on the coast that during the tourist season they have all kinds of like Billy Joel's Piano Man, they're hired. So Rob says in the fall we get high pressure over Utah that pushes winds from the desert over the mountains. Yep. You know about it. Okay. So let me look back up to, did I lose anything in chat? Yeah, Big Al says, lol, I was going to say something about the drawing that was showing up, thought I was crazy. Yeah, it's me trying to juggle the show on 2 different monitors instead of 3, so Eddie Wall says, watching with great interest because looking at moving to the South Oregon area, specific town undecided so far, eyes wide open, make sure info. Okay, Eddie, yeah, I'll tell you what to expect. Another thing that you should know about Northwestern Oregon and Southwestern Oregon and Northwest California. There's something everybody needs to know that as for firefighting, it's very vulnerable because every single August, like I was saying, and I'll try to make a. That's totally off. That's totally off too. Okay, up from the south, every single August, coming. There's just enough moisture in the air to generate lightning. These storms move extremely fast from the Baja area, and they go straight north, sometimes all the way up to Kamloops, which is up here, in Canada, right? Even past Vancouver. Now, roll the dice basically about whether or not they're going to be wet enough to have a little bit of rain after the lightning. Now, most of these are pretty dang dry. They just have spittle kind of amounts of rain, like less than half an inch, sometimes less than a quarter, or even that stuff called virga or whatever that is, where it rains and it's sitting dry in the atmosphere that evaporates before it hits the ground. I didn't even know that was a thing until like 2020 when the meteorologists who advised me on the stream, by the way, jerks, just so you know, meteorologists, real ones, do come in on the stream and advise me. I also speak personally to Holt Hanley, real experts. I don't make up BS. I talk knowledgeably because I learn from experts. Everything that I say is what experts have told me and informed me about, taken me under their wing and trained me about, and I pass on what experts say to the public. I am the messenger. I am the communicator. I'm the person who knows how to turn on OBS and go live. I'm the person who has video editing experience, video production experience. I've been a director. I've been on movie sets. I've been assistant director. I've been key grip. I know how to make a production. I'm not a journalist. I'm not a reporter. But all these experts talk to me, and then I speak to you guys. If you expect that, people that are expecting just an expert to be here sitting there wasting their life, if you expect, say, somebody like a boomer that has a huge amount of experience under their belt, or an elderly person to know the ins and outs of video production and going live on YouTube, having the computer expertise to know how to put a computer together for this, just hours and hours of free time to do this, and also be fortunate to live in an area that has, fiber optic internet. That's a really tall order for anybody to do this. I check all of those boxes. So I'm the person telling you things the experts want you to know. If somebody wants to heckle me and say you don't know your crap, well, you know what? I really do. Challenge accepted, I was heckled by some commenter a while ago saying much of what you say about fire behavior is wrong. And I said, yeah, nobody says that and backs up their statements, actually. I have now become intimately familiar with the basics. And I have told people to get out of towns long before CAL FIRE and the feds, the Forest Service did. And I've gotten emails where people said, I listened to you and we left early because of you, and I think we'd be dead if we didn't. I evacuated Tahoe, Opus Singer, and all those know more than 24 hours before, the same day that, within the same 24 hours that myself and Dusty Smokes and the real firefighters that are here taking me under their wing said, it's hopeless. Tahoe can't be saved. It'll just be God's will now. They can't complete the lines in time. The Caldor fire is moving too fast. We got the word out when 24 hours before CAL FIRE said to do that, because we have enough knowledge collectively here to predict what wildfire is going to do with very good accuracy. I'm not saying that CAL FIRE didn't see what was coming along the pipe, but they have a bureaucratic nightmare situation. Sometimes CAL FIRE's just been straight wrong, like at Greenville. We did this for Greenville too. But even if they are correct, they can't tell the public to evacuate before somebody in Sacramento approves it and wakes up to approve it, right? That's what I think happened with Tahoe. So we got thousands of people to leave Tahoe sooner than they were told. We had 30,000 people in the chat. We are very much respected, and the dumbasses who have recently come by, they're like, oh yeah, I just found your stream. And one guy said, you're wrong about the Holiday Farm Fire. That wasn't east of Salem. That was east of Eugene. Like, yeah, I kind of know that. I kind of led people through the crisis. If I misspoke and you're like crucifying me, that's kind of like interrupting a lecturer and saying, oh, you don't know nothing about chemistry. You just said oxygen instead of helium. Like, escort this man out, you know? Like, have you seen the archive of my channel? Like, go back to the day the Holiday Farm Fire started, and I was leading people through the crisis because the damn government wasn't. Okay? Yeah, I kind of know where the Holiday Farm Fire was. And that's where today's fire, the Bedrock, is burning towards that burn scar, and that's why I'm particularly concerned. So yes, we've got some authority to speak here. Okay, sorry, rewinding. I have ADD, so when I get my train of thought back together, I kind of have to start over, and I'm sorry about this. Now that we've reestablished our legitimacy here, anybody thinking of moving to northwestern California and southwestern Oregon, listen up, and you need to know a hard truth about this. Seasonally, no matter what the climate's doing, this is just a seasonal thing. Every single late July and most of August, part of September, you're going to get this monsoonal, they call it, okay? But don't think of the torrential monsoon. It's not torrential, okay? It's nothing to do with flooding. It is like monsoonal in the way it's just like ocean, moisture spawning is what I'm going to say, because I hate the word monsoonal. It's being overused. People associate it with the Himalayan flooding and stuff. It's just that's not always what we're talking about. So these seasonal winds come up from the south. They're going 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like, these are some of the fastest moving storms I've ever seen in my life. So they tend to be super dry in August, and so they're going to be striking California, and they can be all over Nevada too. I mean, I just don't study what happens to Nevada. Nevada shrugs these off for the most part because, well, it's a desert, and there's just not that many habitations to try to protect. It's sagebrushy stuff, right? But in California, California goes on a twitching kind of a high alert every August, and they are just gearing up for the seasonal August lightning storms. So the biggest wildfire that California ever had, okay, was the Dixie. It really was. That's a 1,000,000-acre fire. However, they're going to say, oh, the Dixie was the second largest because of something called the August lightning complex. Bing, 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 bing. August complex. It's called the August complex for a reason, and it's this entire thing. That's the August complex from Clear Lake almost to Redding. This happened in 1 year, 2020, of course, right? That's because a complex is a wildfire that grew together, or many different, one or at least two fires grew together into one big thing. And 2020's August lightning season was insane because, 2020 was just insane in general, right? So every single year, CAL FIRE and everybody just scrambles. Much of the lightning will hit the Coast Range and go all the way up towards Medford, all the way up towards Roseburg. This is like lightning strike alley. You watch it live like we did on my radar in 2020, and it was just insane. It was like enough strobing to cause a seizure, right? So here's the big problem. I mean, it affects the Sierras and stuff too, but mostly over here is its prime time for getting struck. So it's a race against time to get these small lightning fires out. Not just like contained or whatever, but contained is nice, but hopefully out before the seasonal Diablo winds that happen. Now, this Diablo wind season and Santa Ana wind season is October through January. Nothing to do with climate change. Now, all this is just completely natural stuff, right? Climate change is making everything drier and warmer, so a bit more serious when it occurs, but it didn't cause this seasonal pattern. I mean, the Indians have known about it for centuries. As the 1500s, you get the Spanish writing about this stuff when they're making their missions, right? I mean, there's nothing new about this stuff. So what happens when the jet stream decides to go wonky? If all it takes is a ridge of high pressure over the Great Basin area, is southeastern, Oregon, and that will switch the jet stream to going into that pattern you see on the screen, the S snake pattern. And that will drive the hot desert winds of Nevada straight over like a roller coaster over the Sierras. They will pick up speed. They will roar down the Sierras, especially in the wind tunnels. It's like sticking your finger in a fire hose. The wind tunnel river canyons. They will race down 75 to even 175 miles an hour across the valley. And if there's any lightning strike stuff, it's been either in the Coast Range or in the Sierras. That is when they blow the mega fires, like the Bear Fire. What's going on with Paradise, the Camp Fire, the 2017's Cascade Fire, what happened with Santa Rosa. All that stuff is November, October. Santa Rosa burned down October, I don't know which day that was, around October 10th or so, 2017. Same night that my friend died in the wildfire in the Sierra Nevadas, right? With the Cascade Fire, which was two different separate fires. This is when the power lines go down, and PG&E is supposed to turn off the power, but they have a history of not doing it, right? This is when the winds are so dang fierce, you could take a match and you could try to light it and the wind would blow it out. But when a power line goes down, that's a thing that will cause, that's enough, the molten metal thing, to cause a fire to start. So it's usually power lines. Like, it's not people's carelessness. People in California are living in fear of the Diablo and Santa Anas, and they know better than to burn a pile of leaves the night before, or even leave a campground, campfire unattended. Like, Californians know. So Brad P says the Oakland firestorm of October 1991. That's exactly what I was going to mention next. Paradise was in November. Oakland firestorm of 1991, of course, October. Blah, blah, blah. So what happened with the Bear Fire was one of those things where this August complex fire is, there were too many to put out in 2020 and even 2021. 2019, I think they ran into the same nightmare. Too many. There were some on the coast. There were many on the Sierras at the same time. And you're in a race against time to put these out before the big wind events of the fall. That's when there's a lot of big wind events that happen coming off the Sierras. You can occasionally have something coming off the Pacific, but really it's kind of a dead zone. The Pacific doesn't usually generate this stuff the way that the winter is. The Pacific Alaska stuff is going to come down mostly. It's going to be wintertime stuff. Right now, it's kind of not doing anything right now, right? It's not the right season. So here's what you have to know about living in Southwest Oregon and Northwest California. There's not much population. So even though it gets the most lightning over here in some of the worst and rugged terrain and needs the most help, they are the first place to be abandoned when some other wildfire comes along somewhere else, it's going to affect a bigger population zone. Now, I'm serious when I say abandoned. You are on your own. Like your town, let defend for itself. What's going on in chat again? What in the world? Okay, I'm hoping that chat will just calm the hell down right now. Okay. Anyway, yeah, no politics unless it relates to something. Like so and so politician has put forth a bill that they don't want wildfire road access. Like go ahead and explain stuff like that, but not like I hate the left, I hate the right. That kind of stuff is not tolerated. I'm uniting the left and the right, and that's hard to do on a good day. So I don't allow the left and the right to tear each other apart. In fact, if you do that, if you think that the left is to blame or the right is to blame, you got to re-examine your position and get a little bit more logic injected into your thinking process. If some sort of simple answer was available right now, I'd be having an easy job here. But since the left and the right are both contributing in their own ways to solutions and problems, I have one phrase that sums it up. Simple answers are for simple people. When the problem is complicated, right? This is a complicated problem. So, if you don't have the mindset of we need to unite because we're in a crisis, I suggest you get that one really quickly because there's a lot to lose, including people's lives, our environment here, neighborhoods, mass death, situations have recently occurred. The situation is still primed for new mass death disasters, mass fatality events. This is too serious for political games and all that kind of crap. I don't allow it here. So anybody who thinks that we can just blame environmentalists, we could just blame loggers, we could just blame Republicans, we just blame Democrats, it's just that doesn't make any sense. And that kind of simpleton thinking is not welcome here. It's usually hate-based, emotional-based. It's not based on logic. So the best thing to do is put emotions aside, go into a goal-oriented mode of solution-based problem solving that takes emotions straight out of the situation. And that's when you can think clearly and you can get things done. But hate is 100% destructive. What is going to help is a righteous anger, the kind of anger that motivates people to demand change and the right kind of change. So harness that anger for change, for positive change. If you make it us against them, you won't achieve it. All right, so abandonment. I don't use that word lightly, but it's true. There are not enough resources to fight all the fires when the S hits the fan. I think that's a spider on the wall. I hope not. I hope that's just a bug. Okay. When the S hits the fan, we've seen it time and time again. 2020, most of this area around Brookings and Cave Junction was not only abandoned by, say, incident management teams, which are like the big wildfire fighting groups that shared by the nation. People think that it's a local team that takes control of a fire and like knows what the fire is going to do because they know the local terrain. No, it's not the way it works. An incident management team is going to be probably a bunch of people from the East Coast, from Montana, whatever, Texas even. They don't know nothing about California. They don't know nothing about Oregon, but they're in control, and they usually get shocked by the difficulty of the extreme fire behavior that happens out west. California and kind of Oregon in this area, it's actually one of the worst places to have a wildfire in the entire globe on Earth, because of their difficult and unique terrain, which spawns very unique weather patterns like this. If you look at Dante's Inferno, right? Where the worst offenders are in the deepest parts of hell, and the purgatory's up here. But as people's offenses against God and their crimes get worse, like betraying Jesus is always at the very bottom. So like there's a special area for Judas, right? But in this classical literature, or somebody who lied about stealing candy is in purgatory up here, right? And then like a rapist is down here, a murderer is down here, and like the devil and Judas are at the bottom. This is like ninth circle of hell kind of stuff. Like this is at the bottom. This is the worst place to be, the most punishing environment for firefighting. This is the world's worst place to fight a fire, just in general, because of how treacherous, how things can change immediately. These seasonal things, cursed winds that no matter how you might want to change the climate, you never can because it's geography based. These crews will come in and be completely blindsided and unprepared, and only locals like Daniel Kearns during the Dixie Fire can understand fully what the weather is capable of doing and how these okay, wine country, you're talking about Libertades? Is Mexico silver and gold coins, and I've been selling mine. Okay, I think somebody thought you were talking about libtards. That's a very bad word, okay? That's not allowed in the stream. If you're talking about coins, then sorry for the timeout, whatever. Okay, we gotta have some humor on here. I'm sorry, my ear is being folded by my headset. Give me 1 second. Yes, Cheryl, is that what you thought? I glanced at the chat, thought that too. I'm the king, okay? I'm the queen here of looking at chat and totally misreading somebody's name. Remember how I thought Big Al, his name, I thought it was a woman. I thought Big Al was a woman for days or weeks because I thought it says, I'm a big gal. I thought it was a jolly fat woman who was like, I'm proud of being fat. I don't care what anybody calls me. I was like, that's cool. That's bold. I love that attitude, man. And so eventually Big Al was like, I'm a guy. And it was like, what? Well, it's okay, Cheryl. We only have 41 viewers. If they want to talk about coin collecting, that's okay. Like, that's okay. But especially after 10 o'clock at night, we don't have the biggest audience here. So, wow, though, that was funny. That was funny. Okay. Yes, that was hilarious, Big Al. I also honestly called David Quesada. I called him David Quesadilla. That was an innocent mistake. I was not making fun of his name. I thought it wasn't. I thought it was a fake name. David Quesadilla sounds pretty funny. And so later he's like, "You're being racist," and I went, "Oh crap, man, sorry, but unintentional, man." Oh my God. Okay. All right. Okay. So, yes, it's the 7th to the 9th circle of hell to fight fires on the West Coast. Now, this is why I'm not that critical of the mistakes of, say, the Mike Wink and the CAL FIRE team in general that were in charge during the Dixie Fire. It surprised them that Greenville got burned down, and it was a surprise that the Dixie Fire would go up and take down Greenville. But they just apologized about it and learned, and they moved on, and they went on to fight the Dixie Fire in a much more serious, sober way. as bad as losing Greenville was and how close that is to my heart, and 95% of a town burning down, no matter how bad something happens, how bad the tragedy is, all you can ask for once it's over is for the people in charge to learn and double down on it, and with a sort of tenacity, like, we are not going to allow this to happen to any other town. That's all you can ask for. I am critical about the jerks that tried to blame the victims, but that wasn't Mike Wink, and that wasn't, those people, and somebody else. I am still critical about the sheriff's decision to tell people to come back. That was obviously the wrong decision. I don't like the way he said, if I had it all to do again, I'd do it again. It's like, what? Sorry, you would lose the town again? That was a bizarre statement. Okay. Okay. Yeah, good night, Christopher. Sorry, I should go back to what I'm talking about. Okay, so what happens and why you may want to rethink moving to southwestern Oregon and northwestern California is, say something like the Dixie Fire comes around. In 2020, we were watching the Cave Junction area fires, the Devil Fire, the Slater, a couple of others that were down here by Cave Junction. One of them was called the Devil's Fire, and these fires never even had a crew on them. The Slater did. This one says 2020 Slater. It did, but the smaller ones next door, I wish I could sort by year, so it would be a lot easier to show you guys. Carney Shill and a couple others near Cave Junction kept saying, when are the firefighters going to come back? Because things like the Dixie Fire, the Caldor, and others got so large that what all these places are going to do, Cal Fire, the Forest Service, even the Army, they are going to go prioritize rescuing people's lives and rescuing towns that have more population than you do. And so this is one of the most sparsely populated portions of the West. I mean, the Nevada desert and eastern Oregon are even less sparsely populated, but this was never really settled. They had gold rushes and stuff down here. Yes, there was gold down here. The rest of the Coast Range is dead, meaning cold springs only. You usually need hot springs in an area that contains gold, and for a lot of geological, ask a geologist why. But this little section down here is a separate geological formation than the Coast Range of Oregon. This has no gold, right? So there was never any gold rushes, just a bunch of lumber company rushes, timber rushes. And now there's ghost towns for the most part in the Coast Range. Down here, this was like never really settled by anybody like white, like Euro-Americans, Spanish and stuff. They never really came here except during a gold rush. And it really didn't have nearly the amount of gold that, say, the Alaska gold rush had, California one, Eastern Oregon. So they didn't stay for very long. There's a lot of Indians taking back the land and such, which has mostly been a really beneficial thing as far as I've been hearing about it. But since there's just a couple of dotted tourist towns, Brookings and Gold Beach and Pistol River, just tiny. They really are just tiny. They're nothing like Crescent City, Eureka, big towns. I mean, Western Oregon just has mostly cliffs, not many beaches, and also it's just, not really sunny, and the water is freezing. So there's just not a lot of, tourists on the beaches of Oregon. So that means the local firefighting is mostly volunteer-based. It's got primitive and underfunded equipment in general. They are dependent upon the incident management teams that are going to come from the rest of the country. They'll show up as long as, other places with bigger populations aren't on fire. But the moment that they break out, they literally get peeled off and reassigned, to the point where a lot of these fires burning in 2020 got so big because they were unattended. Now you turn on the media and they're going to completely blame global warming and stuff for all this, completely simplify it and dumb it down for the public. And sure, the area was a lot more dry than usual because of this climate change event. But in reality, power companies started so many fires in 2020 that the natural lightning strike ones. There's enough to do both. Power company fires usually do happen where there's human habitations at risk. Their power lines, if you think about it, are where people live. Thus, the need for the power. So when you get to the middle of nowhere out here with lightning strike fires, even though they might be really small affairs and quick to put out in general, the locals don't have enough money to fundraise and really keep as many local firefighters around as they need to. So expect to be abandoned and to be on your own. Several years in a row, the town of Hayfork here in the California's Coast Range, here's Hayfork right here, was completely abandoned. Even though all the horses and all the Kingsmen of the very robust Shasta district right here by Redding came over to help them initially, they left. And Hayfork now has had experienced like 3 years in a row of abandonment of everybody else. So they are, as a community, we watched the fire coming towards their community and burning over some of the cameras live. They have realized, like Weaverville and other places, they're basically on their own when wildfires threaten them, and they're coming up with basically building a ring around their town of fire breaks and drilling their own citizens to help themselves. So this is what you have to understand. Expect to be abandoned when fires threaten bigger cities. We keep seeing it happen. So when you're going to buy property or something, it doesn't mean like, hey, don't move here, don't buy property. It's a pretty beautiful area. You've got some unique warm, it's called the Banana Belt down here by Brookings. You got some very unique warm weather that comes constantly from Hawaii. So you could technically grow some palm trees down here if you put it in the right spot. Coconut, maybe. I mean, I'm sure hard winter every once in a while would kill your coconuts, but it's called the Banana Belt for a reason, like you wanted a marijuana plantation or something, or CBD hemp, like this, some of the best places on earth to grow it, right? But understand, you better buy property you can defend yourself, like something flat, and then you can take your tractor and build your own fire breaks. Somewhere with lots of water, you could build your own pump houses, put your own monitors up. By monitors, I mean gold mining monitors, hydro mining. They were invented for firefighting, but they were corrupted for gold mining, for like washing away the mountainside. You don't need to have terribly gigantic ones. They come in various sizes, but if you think of them, they're called monitors. If you could set this up at strategic places around your property, like you could defend it yourself, or at least oh boy, would the local fire department love you, and the volunteer fire department would choose your property to save over your neighbors and stuff. They'd be like, hell yeah. Get little ones like this, They're called hydraulic cannons, look it up. But basically come up with this stuff yourself, because gone are the days where you can just expect the feds to come help you out, right? So I'm going to go, this is what, tying all this back together, the flat fire really worries me, because they just don't have, they're running out of time, right? Because right after, so August is now, right now they've got a lot of crew on it. How many days are going to go by before the flat fire crews are peeled away for a different crisis? Before they start drawing down the people here going, oh yeah, since that one's sort of under control, not doing anything, let's draw down the crews. They need to have at least 3,000 firefighters on this, working 24 hours a day for containment. Let's see how many crews they have on it right now. I mean, look at this. Look at this. You need a lot of crew on this. And let's see how many they got. Let's check the InstaWeb for it. Not enough is, spoiler alert. So it's around 30,000. That is in Spanish. It's around 30,000 acres or something. Where is it at the bottom? Yeah, around 30,000 acres, 1,104 people on it. They need a couple thousand more. We know it's human cause. That's under investigation. It happened near the river, so could have been people camping or something, but I don't want to speculate. Um, the Biscuit Fire burn scar means there's tons and tons of dead trees all over the landscape. And like I said, the communities of the Pistol River and all the ranches spread between here and the Pistol River, and everything from where the fire is towards Brooking is in pretty dang not immediate like today danger, but in imminent danger in the future if they really don't get some really good southwest, flank of the fire containment going on. I'm talking about double solid, triple solid fire lines. My big worry is we're going to find a repeat of the last couple of years where just as they get a hang on it over in this neck of the woods, since almost nobody lives out here, and it's just wilderness to defend, right? And habitat, and struggling to recover from the 2002 Biscuit megafire, they will prioritize others. They will peel away. They'll leave a skeleton crew. All we need is a wind event, and bam. We could have a gigantic repeat of the Biscuit fire. So, yeah, don't plant that drought-resistant tall grass stuff very close to your house. Mine kept catching fire. Well, you got to mow it, no matter what it is. You got to mow it down. Don't have grass that's tall on your property. Mow it down. Get some goats, man. So let's go to the next one that worries the hell out of me. Let's go to the Bedrock. Now, the reason I'm very concerned for the Bedrock here is you got the same scenario as it's not threatening life and property. It's genuine forest fire. It's in the Willamette National Forest. So there's not enough towns and stuff in its way immediately for it to get a whole lot of resources assigned to it. Now, if you look at the fire history, it's right next to the gigantic Holiday Farm fire, right? And I'm very, very worried for the places that barely escaped the Holiday Farm fire, like to the east of it. This Mackenzie River has so many lovely little properties and lovely small communities just by the skin of their teeth avoided obliteration in 2020, including Mackenzie Bridge and Belknap Hot Springs, a couple other lovely campgrounds, resorts, and hot springs, just national treasures that most of the world doesn't know about, but are nevertheless here. One of the few places in these mountain passes that escaped. This wasn't just a fire. This is one of the mega fires of 2020. We're talking complete obliteration where nothing survived in the path of the fire. No seeds survived. We're talking about mega fire stuff. It was blown from east to west, 75-mile-an-hour winds, made gigantic pyrocumulus clouds, and it was just a giant wall of death that rolled to the west. And people don't believe me when I say in 2020, almost all of the population centers of Oregon were destroyed. They came close to complete destruction. Eugene could have been destroyed by the Holiday Farm fire. There was no stopping it. Everybody just got out of the way and fled to the west. Salem was almost destroyed by the Beach Creek fire. It was spotting in between Silverton and Staten. There were other fires out here that you're not seeing. Woodburn was just about evacuated. Malala was. They just fled for their lives, all the fire crews from Gates, which is the headquarters of fighting all the fires of the Cascade Mountains. They just fled and ran for their lives like all the other civilians did. Now, what saved Eugene and Salem? And plus, we had wildfires just roaring towards Medford. One was going towards Roseburg. We saw Talent and Phoenix disappear in parts of Ashland right in front of our eyes. Live on my stream, we were watching these traffic cams. They destroyed Talent and Phoenix, this Alameda Drive fire. It was headed straight for Medford. Medford was pinned in where there's almost no evacuation options because there was this big fire over here called the Obachan. And then there were fires over here by Grants Pass that meant that little by little, Medford was being isolated with no way for its entire population to evacuate. So Medford, Grants Pass, Roseburg, Eugene, um, Salem, and then the Riverside fire, which was coming towards Estacada and almost merged with Beachy Creek. Cities of Canby, there's a bunch over here you're not seeing on the map. Canby was evacuated. Oregon City was on notice. Southeast Portland was on evacuation notice down here at Milwaukee. Okay, so even parts of Portland were just ready to burn up. And plus, there were raging wildfires on the coast, Echo Mountain over here by Lincoln City. All of these were ready to burn when the wind changed. That's it. Wind blew back from something came on the Pacific and blew it back on itself, pushed it towards the east. That is why these towns survive. These cities, not just towns, cities survive. The wind changed. That's it. Now, this kind of wind event, which is kind of like Diablo winds for the entire West Coast, because Washington had its problems too, that happens about once every 75 years. Last time it happened was in the 30s. And like Rob Langsdorff was talking about how climate change was worse in the 30s, he had a really damn good point. 1930s, we had a mini climate change event called the Dust Bowl. It was in the 20s and in the 30s. Now, the thing that caused the Dust Bowl had a sort of a domino effect, and I think people need to study this, and you could probably win a Nobel Prize if you can link this all together. But it changed wind patterns, and it blew hot, dry winds from Nevada down the Columbia River, and you ended up with things like the Great Tillamook Burn, which was one of the biggest mega fires that the United States ever had. It's the one that inspired the Bambi wildfire scene. It was another mega fire that had no control, and it's the big thing that taught us all of our lessons, right? Now, we do affect the climate. Sometimes we can undo that. I mean, we don't have the Dust Bowls happening anymore, right? The Dust Bowl ended. Sometimes when we screw up, we can just kind of undo what we screwed up. But for the most part, these Diablos and these Santa Anas, they'll never change because geography will never change. The Sierras are always going to be there. Nevada Desert's always going to be there. So the reason that I'm talking about this is we are now, what to expect now from the fire season going forward. It is now August 2nd, just past midnight. It's now August 3rd. What do we expect now? To summarize, expect the lightning. Now, if we're incredibly lucky, the lightning is going to be wet lightning, but meaning it is El Nino, don't get your hopes up. Probably be drier and less impregnated with rain than usual. So expect a bunch of lightning strikes. We can pray for fewer than normal, but thousands of them to light thousands of fires all over the western landscape. And sometimes there's an effort to fight all of those, especially now that Oregon's kind of like dried out because of El Nino. I think there's a drought status in some of the counties. We're having a lot of red flags. We've had much of July being a red flag. Let's check out red flag. Red flag status. Oregon. Let's see. Should have this. We're talking about NOAA here. Looks like. Wait, that's Minnesota. God. Okay, so we've got some red flag right now in eastern Oregon. And you click on location for I wish you would just click Oregon and stuff. But basically, if we do click further on this map, it's a primitive website, and it's going to go county by county and stuff. So yeah, here's some thunderstorms. Let's get up our weather radar thing here. Let's get my radar up. Just look at the current situation. Expect the lightning strikes to roll through. If we're really lucky and don't count on it, don't hold your breath. Let's see, transform fit to screen. Where was I before? We were by Shasta. Let's back up. Okay. So thunderstorms, where are they going to come from? oftentimes they come up from the south. Looks like there's a high pressure down here, and a high pressure is like a shield. So weather systems bounce off of it and don't go there. That's what the H means, basically. Low is kind of a pressure system where it sucks in things like moistures. You get low pressure is stuff like hurricanes and stuff like that. Sailors at sea hate it when the barometer goes down. They're like, oh God, storms are coming, so we got lows over here, Boise, Yakima area. Great. So they could be spawning by themselves over the Sierras. That's technically possible. Sometimes high altitude, clouds and stuff will condense and get sucked into a low, and then you get these storms and stuff, right? So I don't know where they're going to come from. They typically come from the south. We already have active lightning strikes current, like happening right now down in, God, what county is that? Southeastern Oregon's county is, it's like Harney County or something. That's Harney Lake, maybe Mulhern County. I don't know my Oregon that well. So hold on to your butts. Red flag is specifically when humidity is really low, wind gusts can be pretty high, and when you've got dry and hot weather. So if we move this crosshair to where that's occurring, they have thunderstorms. At a glance from it's Mulhern County. It's 72 degrees right now, even though it's nighttime after midnight. They have an 8 mile an hour in general wind speed right now, with gusts up to 16. I'm just going to say 20. Wind direction is from the southeast. So they've got 50% chance of thunderstorms. And let's see what their precip is like. Is it going to be dry? They said 50% chance of precip for the rest of the day, less than half an inch possible. So that's better than, say, a quarter or an eighth or something, but it's less than half of an inch. So hold on to your butts. So it looks like we've got, let's see, let's go back to temperatures. It's actually pretty cool, high temperatures in the 70s and low 80s. That's unheard of. That's pretty nice for the Mulhern County area. Wow. Okay. Really good lows at night down into the 50s. Now wind forecast. So Tuesday, wind gusts of up to 25 miles an hour, partly cloudy and all that. Now it's not supposed to be thunderstormy weather, but the next 2 days is Thursday and Friday. So if a fire starts in the next 2 days, what do you got following it up? A windstorm. Yay. Hold on to your butts. I want to look at the Bedrock fire, because that is what concerns me greatly. So let's put this crosshair over here. Let's see. Make sure you guys can see the same screen and everything. Now, I can't see chat on this full screen, but I'll go back to it in a minute. Now, fourth Bedrock fire, we've got some hazy conditions. Well, yeah, that's a lot of smoke. For Lowell, Oregon, which is actually a ghost town underneath the dam. But there's a covered bridge that they saved. It's now like a locality place name, See, even though the crosshair's over here, Lowell is over here. See, I don't know if you guys can see where the crosshair is going. Maybe I should zoom in more. That's Lowell, right here. That's probably where the nearest weather station is, because the funny thing is you think that we know what the temperature is everywhere and what the local conditions are. In reality, there's not that many weather stations in wilderness areas. So part of the skepticism about global warming is that almost all weather stations and almost all thermometers are located in cities, which are always a few degrees Celsius higher temperature than, well, anywhere else in the world, like the wilderness. And so right now when they squawk about, right now global temperature is a few degrees Celsius higher than it was. Well, that's kind of like margin of error for just where the most of the world's thermometers are located, right? So that's one of those, don't shoot the messenger, I'm telling you about skepticism, right? So they do have a point about that, but really, one look at the missing glaciers can kind of tell you that no, it's real. Like, climate is definitely changing. Why is a debate I'm not going to allow. It doesn't go anywhere. So, and if this is a permanent trend or not, a permanent warming trend is a debate that I'm not going to allow. It doesn't go anywhere. I don't care. I am in practicality mode. I think we need to adapt to overcome any situation and help our fellow man worldwide, regardless of how we got here. We need to prepare for the future, no matter what it has in store. We need to be prepared for a warming world, and we need to be prepared for a cooling one too, if a giant asteroid hits or if a volcano erupts. And Krakatoa made an entire year without a summer, and that was just a random volcano that blew up that we couldn't predict. So that generated worldwide famine. Recently sheared sheep froze to death in the blizzards of summertime because of one volcanic eruption, and like a year after that eruption. So my idea is, guys, just hold on to your butts and get ready for anything. We should be prepared for everything. Sometimes Mother Nature throws a gigantic curveball. And I completely do not believe anybody who says they know what the future weather is going to be. No, you don't. We know about this as a big warming trend, but one Krakatoa can reverse that for a decade. Like Pinatubo reversed global warming for at least 5 years, according to some studies. Just the ash reflected a lot of sunlight out to space. So hold on to your butts. The Earth can throw anything at us. Let's just be prepared. Right now, the most obvious thing to prepare for is this warming trend. Now, and this year, this is what I'm focused on. Get ready for the lightning. Now, looking at the Bedrock fire, I think we got a streak of good luck here for Lane County and the Willamette National Forest, but how long is it going to hold? There's a lot of fuel on the Willamette National Forest floor, because if we go back, this looks great to me. Just almost dead calms, but with wind gusts for the most part, looking for the next 10 days, less than 20 miles an hour. Let's just hope that this is what comes true. Let's look at precipitation now. Nothing. With these kind of forest fires, rain is the best friend. We got nothing. Just 10% chance of tiny amounts of precipitation in a 10-day forecast. At least what we got going for us is highs of only the mid-70s. Heat is one of the 3 things a fire needs to get really going. Remember, it's oxygen, fuel, heat. So lower temperature you've got and the higher humidity, and we've got humidity of 47% right now. Not great. It's not terrible, though. That's what slows down these fires, and all firefighters need is some time to respond to it. I'm hoping we don't get the breakout of any giganto fires nearby so that they can actually focus on these. These are the kind that get abandoned. And I don't want to see this one in the flat fire get abandoned for a bigger fire. So we've got precious time. The clock is ticking. Now I'm going to minimize here this my radar and go back. Yeah, that's right. I didn't need to go there. I'm going to go back to Caltopo here and reintroduce you guys real quick. Then I'll look at chat to the fire history. Now, it's burning in between burn scars right now, and it's got a huge, tremendous amount of fuel. Right in here, there's like no fire history in the last 20 years to speak of. This is the extreme fuel load, the kind that built up for 75 plus years. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to burn. Now, it's going to come up here to the Holiday Farm Fires burn scar because it's been inexorably kind of moving to the north and to the northeast. Now, the Jones burn scar being 2017, it would be very valuable if we could get some pictures to see what kind of dead stuff is on the landscape. Oh, hey, Broken Fish, how are you doing? Do you know anything about the Jones fire or where the Bedrock fire is burning right now? Were you like on those fires? Remember, Brokefish was wildland firefighter for Oregon. And if we look at some pictures, what they're planning to do to help the Bedrock fire is indirect control line placement on the west and north flanks are under construction. Okay. They're going to reopen the historic fire lines. Since it's been a national forest, I'm thinking the historic fire lines mean 1930 and 1940 and older. Honestly, FDR was the last president that took Western fires seriously. FDR had this huge elaborate plan to build fire breaks and protect our forests. Then he died, and nobody else took up the mantle. In fact, they canceled his projects. He wanted to build great fire lines in between civilization and the forests and build a lot of bridges and roads for quick fire access to these places because he witnessed the Tillamook burn fire, and the Tillamook burn fire got out of control because there were no roads. So Brokefish in says, I know where the Bedrock is burning at. What is the fire load? Moose Knuckles says, I know some people on the Bedrock. The private owner's been building lines for that last week. That's really cool. Can you tell us more, Moose Knuckles? Welcome here, by the way. Yeah, exactly, Opus Singer. To adapt to a crisis, we don't need a consensus of cause to address. That's the best way to put it. I've heard that's got to be a soundbite. I'm going to quote you about that, all right? And by the way, get in touch with me. So Opus Singer 2023 says adaptation, and I'm going to say to crisis. Does not need a consensus of cause to address, right? In fact, that's the way that all firefighters operate. They don't know why the fire started when they respond to a house burning down. They don't know if it's a kitchen fire or if it's an arsonist or whatever. It's usually they have no freaking idea. They just go and put it out. Wildland firefighters, they don't know what caused it most of the time. They just go and contain it. You find out later. You debate that later. You learn lessons about it later, but you just respond in a crisis. And anybody who's sitting there arguing about how the fire started is not being helpful. So Cheryl says the 3Ds, the dead, dying, and diseased trees are more susceptible to ignition. Exactly. And I have some bad, alarming reports. I'm seeing a lot of trees being killed by beetles in the Portland area. And there's been the introduction of that one invasive in Forest Grove, Western Washington County that takes down alders or whatever. Like they expect to lose all of Oregon's. Before I say the wrong tree species, 10 County, Oregon, the invasive beetle, like they don't think. Let's see, what is it called? Yeah, Oregon Public brought the ash, not alders, ash. Excuse me. The God, they first saw it in an elementary school in Forest Grove. Wow. So, but they don't think they can contain it. I think I've discovered more of it. I think it's spread much closer to Portland already. So if you see this thing, for God's sake, pick up the phone and call United States Department of Agriculture if you're in Oregon, and squish the goddamn thing or put it in a jar. Write down the GPS location where you got this thing. Like I'm seeing a lot of little trees everywhere west of Portland, they've got these little bags that are like the pheromones, and they're trying to capture samples of the insects. But I'm seeing dead and dying trees, and they're bleeding sap and falling over. Um, and emerald ash borers, but it's not just those. There seems to be a whole bunch of beetles attacking cedars. I did film a little bit of it, but it's alarming how quickly the cedars and the ash now are starting to die. Since Forest Grove is so damn close to the Coast Range, we're talking gigantic amount of not only economic losses and the DNA, depletion of diversity of these species. We're probably gonna gear up because this is where Forest Grove is here. Since it was discovered here, it's going to spread into the Coast Range. And now that there's so many close to Portland, and I've discovered some this direction over here, that means they might make it to the Cascades. It's probably too late to stop it. So, but what I've seen in the cedars, I don't think is the emerald ash borer. It's something else, but it's concerning, extremely concerning. I've seen entire cedar trees girdled, and they're the ones that are more fire resistant. Oaks and cedars are fire resistant, and if they start going down, if you just got the piney stuff, the firs and the pines, we already have a problem with them dominating the landscape. That's one of the things wrong with forest mismanagement. It's the replanting of only the good, the trees that are good for the timber industry, right? The fast-growing wood producers like the piney stuff. Well, the pines and the firs, they promote fire, and you've got the slower-growing oaks and cedars and things like, occasionally redwoods and sequoias that resist fire. You need to have a nice variety. But if we have things like the ash borer, kiss them goodbye. They expect to lose all of them in the entire state of Oregon, and so they went around for the last entire year collecting the seeds. This is bad. So right now, what would be good to figure out about the Bedrock fire is, it's getting real close to the holiday farm fires. Burn Scar. And I could possibly drive there myself to see what the status is of this corridor. Now, this depends on a couple of things, such as, can I get this trial thing that I'm in right now wrapped up? Court case. Do I have any free time to go down here? But I wanted to just visit, just for recreational reasons, just to relax. Belknap Hot Springs. It's incredible. It's good for healing, and I'm quite concerned about the way this is encroaching here. So Moose Knuckles says it's too wet Cascades for those beetles, but dry enough in the Cascades. I'm not sure what you're saying. I think you may mean the Coast Range. But in some situations, the Coast Range can dry out, just like in 1933's Tillamook burn. It's pretty dry right now. Right now, the Coast Range, like Tillamook County, could have a forest fire. I'm really worried about people camping out there. Too wet in the Coast Range, yeah. Yeah, they're backburning the Bedrock fire. Yeah, I'm hoping that that's going to be successful. And if it hits private, it'll probably be stopped. I'm sure Cascade and Boise or whatever, whoever owns a lot of the, in between the Willamette National Forest, we could look forest map. Could switch to, that's probably a good idea anyway. Forest Service map, and you can kind of get an idea of where the private timber company land begins. Well, that looks pretty solid forest land. What you're going to be looking for with these is square-shaped lots that are not solid green. That's usually how they denote a. Oh, that's scan topo. Never mind. I have to actually turn on Forest Service ones. There we go. Like little white areas and squares that are not green colored. That can usually be tracts of private land. When they build a national forest, like when they create it, they usually try to buy out private landowners. A lot of times people say no thanks, especially if it's like a mining company or something. They may not want to mine right now, but they want to be able to mine in the future. So especially for mines in the mountains. Let's see, let's put on shaded imagery, shade relief, idea how mountainous this is. You get a lot of people, or sometimes it's even impossible to buy the land, especially when mines are abandoned and technically they're owned, but nobody wants to own it because if you owned it, you'd have to pay for the environmental cleanup, and sometimes that's super fun stuff. So like you look at the Blue Mountains of Eastern Oregon, and there's plenty of these checker dotted areas that are mines, and technically they have like no technical owner legally, and nobody is going to claim that because they'll have a Superfund mercury and cyanide, sulfuric acid type of cleanup if it's coming from, if the mine is say flooded and the floodwaters hit sulfur in the mine, and that creates sulfuric acid and leaches stuff like lead and arsenic into the water, and then it flows out of the mine. Nobody wants to claim the mine and pay that bill, right? Campbell Global owns a lot there. I see. I don't know much about this region. I know a lot more about Tillamook County and the Blue Mountains. So here's the thing, though. Even if the Coast Range is quote too wet for that species, what's that Jurassic Park quote? Life finds a way. What if it just adapts? What if there's just like 8 years of unusually dry summers? It could still take out a huge, gigantic amount of trees in like say 8 years of dry summer. So that's a different, discussion, different day. But you can see how there's white dotting the landscape. That's usually private land, and perhaps where old mines used to be, or old timber towns, or sometimes now it's like Christian camps and campgrounds, or whatever. It's just it's just a free map on the internet. It's not going to be the most robust choice. So if we put on, if we can go and first of all, I wanted to see if they had heavy. I like this. Planned actions for the Bedrock is heavy aviation utilization. That'll help. Sorry, my throat's just bad. It'll help them hold the lines. Yep, retardant and scooper use. Good. The next 12 hours, thermal belt establishment allows for at least moderate fire spread throughout the night in the 1,000 to 300 foot elevation range, but good humidity recovery. Oh, is only apparent in the lower valley bottoms. Crap. See, that's when we look at the radar. That's the problem with having too many of the weather stations being near towns and in the valleys. Sometimes the humidity is only recovering down there. It's like foggy dew stuff, right? If there's enough hot and dry winds in the hot, upper elevations, you ain't going to get the dew. So that would explain why it's still burning throughout the night. Night burnout operations, which means setting fires in front of the fire to help the situation, can progress until 2,400 and add to the acres consumed. That's another reason that I don't put too much stake in the numbers. When people are asking me, well, how much percentage containment is a good percentage? I don't care. How many acres of a forest fire like burned is something to cry about. And the thing is, that depends. It's sometimes when you had to do back burning, it was beneficial, and yet it'll be added to the total. Back burning is burning the duff and the pine cones and the dead sticks and the dead logs only. They usually are walking around, with their tools, preventing trees from going up and torching. Right? They're walking around literally. In most cases, if they see a bunch of sap that could make the fire climb into that tree, like a bunch of sap going down to the ground. They'll literally take a rake or a shovel and move the pine needles away from it so that that tree can't burn up, right? And watch it and babysit it. That's what good, you know, that's why a crew attending these backburns is so important. They're not allowing the trees to torch. You know, and maybe occasional one will happen, but if it's in the still of the night where there's not much wind and stuff, it's better for that tree to torch at that moment than say during a mega wind event, right? It means it's not going to spread to the tops of other trees. Sometimes they'll just say, chainsaw it down, prevent that, you know. This is why you need roads, so that crews can be there babysitting these backfires. And maybe it just really is, they're more like the natural fires that used to occur that the Indians would also set to help encourage regrowth of the landscape. Remember, ash is fertilizing. These fires that are on the forest floor are getting rid of a bunch of diseases that are on the forest floor. The fungus that attack trees. Trees are always under attack from plant viruses, plant bacteria, and plant targeting fungus. That's why essential oils made from different plant herbs and things kill superbugs. Because plants have their own immune system, and so when you take their sap, like pine salt is a cleaner. It's a natural cleaner made out of turpentine and pine resin. Pine salt is not a chemical. It's not something made in a lab. It's made out of pine. And it's a disinfectant. You can clean your bathroom with it because it's the tree's immune system. That's what their sap is, their immune system. So you have frankincense and myrrh as two of the world's most powerful essential oils. Essence means you hyperconcentrate it, and it's the oil of the plant or the tree, right? It kills MRSA and flesh-eating bacteria in a petri dish in the lab. Like if you have flesh-eating bacteria or something on your skin, you could put frankincense or myrrh oil on it. I mean, you got to dilute it because it's pH, right? That'll stop it when antibiotics cannot. Now, it only really works topically. That's its problem. But the reason why for thousands of years we fought infections and stuff with plants and herbs is because it's not because it's like magic, you know, like one of the things that people say, I believe in God because God made a plant that cures everything, right? Well, it's not for us. It's just the plants defending themselves from their own immune system. But I mean, that's a cute belief and everything. But it's a coincidence, you know. It doesn't mean that God isn't wonderful or amazing. It just means that, you know, plants gotta defend themselves. That's why they have this. So some are each plant has a different set of bacteria, fungus, and virus that target it. So each plant's essential oil is good for a select variety of, say, human infections. And I really hope the day comes that they put a lot more study into this, so especially when antibiotics just continue to stop working. Right now they just haven't because, well, you can't patent an essential oil. You can't patent anything, so drug companies can't make a lot of money off of it, right? But we can pray for today. There's hope. So what I'm saying, though, is the sap, though, is very, very damn flammable. And so because of these beetles and stuff and these funguses attacking trees, whenever they're bleeding, they're trying to encapsulate like a tree bleeding sap down its bark. Unfortunately, that's a fire ladder. It's like bleeding kerosene in a way because it's so flammable. But they're trying to encapsulate the bugs. They're attacking them, and they're trying to encapsulate what we can't see, the fungus and the viruses and stuff, to protect itself. Now, part of our reason that the forest is getting a lot more flammable is the attack from especially invasive species, and the trees are losing. They're bleeding and bleeding and bleeding, and putting a lot of their energy into defending themselves rather than growing, and they're becoming weak and dried out, especially in a drought. They've already used all this moisture in sap production, and they bled it literally, and so they're super dry. So this is if you can ever reintroduce a nice, calm creeping. You want a good word is creeping. You see that on InstaWeb, fire behavior creeping at night. That just means the beneficial kind. All those nasty plant viruses and fungus, especially on the forest floor, into pine needles and living down there, is going to be destroyed by the creeping fire. And that's what they're trying to do at night with these night burnout operations. Put a creeper there. It's just getting that stuff and turning it into lovely fertilizer called ash. And when the big fire comes around, it's got a lot less to burn. Remember, most of these fires are spreading on the ground and climbing trees. But Opus Singer says, I often lurk, Catherine, appreciate what you do. I know you've helped many people by following your awareness. I will always be happy to help you any way I can. Time for my nap. Good night, guys. I know it's past 1 a.m. here. So yeah, what we need to know is, I'd love to see video of this to show people like how they're doing the backburns. But if you hear about fire behavior creeping, that's what you want. And for the most part, forest fires are on the ground. Now, what the words you don't want to hear are group torching, which means lots of trees, fires turn the tree into a torch. The whole thing is ablaze. One individual torching is bad enough because that means that burned branches and bits can fly off in the wind and start spot fires even miles away, right? But group torching is so hot that it kills living trees unaffected by this, just because of the radiant heat. It just got too hot for them. Like if you have a plant outside, and you put it in the oven, even if it's not hot enough to ignite the plant, it's dying from the temperatures being too high. So you look at current weather, it's not really making a lot of it's not describing the fires. Here it is. All the fuel sizes classes carry active fire behavior. Steep topography allows for uphill runs. Yep, fire runs uphill, but it's often establishing in the crowns. You don't want to see the word crowns. That's when a fire is way higher than a normal person can reach. It's way above where hoses can reach. That's the tops of trees burning, their crowns. You don't want that. And then wind blows the branches that snap off on fire and blows them onto the next top of the tree. You don't want a crown fire. It's a nightmare. So this is bad. Steep topography is allowing for uphill runs, oftentimes establishing in the crowns, and produces prolific and productive spotting. Like I said, breaking off, floating in the wind, creating new ones, up to 3/4 of a mile away. So nightmare. You have to chase these around. Now, spot fires are best taken care of by helicopters. They're the ones that can spot these things with their eyes, right? And they just take their buckets over there and they deal with it. So if it ever gets too windy for the helicopters to operate, or if the helicopters get peeled off for another fire, this is going to be very, very bad. Afternoon diurnal, meaning daytime wind activity, drives the fire spread up the drainages, such as Alder Creek, Behe Creek, and Fall Creek to the northeast, and in the south in the Andy and Rubble Creek. As fire moves into the old burn scars, the intensity decreases. Okay, this is why we need pictures, but abundant fine fuels can maintain that spread. And they really needed to have address, what do you mean old burn scars? How back in time are you going here? I would imagine since 2017, this burn scar is just bad news because there's so much brush potential here. Let's turn back on fire activity and history. This Jones, I mean, all you need is a couple of years to go by for the brush to just be stacked up. And since 2017, so 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 6 years of brush growth. This should be in nightmare fuels mode here in this 2017 Jones burn scar. It'll depend on how much they salvage logged it. If there's still dead trees in a landscape, I imagine since 2023, the Clark fire, that's nightmare mode too, if there's standing snags in the landscape. But that's what I would hope that they would address. Are there snags in the landscape? How many? Can you give us an idea with some pictures? So let's get some photographs. Here's a photograph of a creeping burn operation. It's a little scary, the amount of dead limbs up there for ladder fueling, but here they are doing a creep on the 31st night. You can see how they're attending it, right? So not only do they have the drip torches and they're possibly even here raking into piles and setting the piles on. I don't know what their thing was here. See, we just don't see the big picture of, are there any dead trees on the landscape from those previous burn scars? And yeah, have a good nap, Opus, and everybody. Let's go back here. Polar Vortex says, yeah, it's native to Asia. God, those Asian beetles. I don't know how it got here to Oregon, but could have been just somebody buying a plant, buying a bonsai or something, or God knows. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if Google Maps has got that thing where we can just kind of see. Maybe some tourists have taken, because this was good with the flat fire. Did they take any photos? There. Tourist photos. Load, please. A trailhead. Oh, look at that brush. This is thick. Is that a mine? Doesn't that look like a well cap or a mine? Like, it looks like it's trying to prevent people from falling into a pit there. Huh. Usually these old mining roads get turned into trails. Oh yeah, nightmare. Nightmare. May 2021. Extremely tall brush, dead trees in the landscape. See like that. Oh boy. That's all we need to know. Dead trees laying down, dead trees standing up, lots and lots of brush. Yeah, there's a snag. Snags like that on fire, they're going to shatter, collapse. First of all, when it's pieces of it burning up there are going to do long-range spotting. It's going to be a nightmare when it burns enough to collapse. It's going to fall down any direction, or maybe even top down like the September 11th towers, and it's going to throw burning debris all over the other trees nearby. And it's just going to be a nightmare. Okay, this is all I need to know. They got their work cut out for them. That sucks. Okay. If we just go to street map view. Now, satellite shows here too that there's been some clear cutting. I hate clear cutting in general. I like it when they build a natural meadow for habitat, but like on mountaintops, I hate it. You just lose it all from the erosion. So there's been some clear cutting, but everywhere there's clear cutting, there's a lot of brush too. Sometimes the invasives take right over, like the Scotch broom. So it's not all solid, nightmare. Hey, hello. Hi, Katie. Hello. How are you? Welcome. David Suzuki says the fish eat leaves, bears eat fish, which bears take into the forest. It's in their way of how oceans and lakes work together. Oh, fish. Fish eat leaves. That's a new one on me. I think they eat the micronutrients, like they eat the mostly in the forests up here, they eat the algae and the insect larvae. The insects are the ones devouring the plant matters. I mean, there's a couple missing steps in that ecosystem chain, but yeah, there's a lot of bear out here. There's a lot of black bear. Okay. So, oh, Moose says the salvage logged much of the holiday farm. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. And thank you for your local knowledge, because we try to crowdsource information from all sources here. And like yours is priceless. So thank you for being here, Moose Locals. Are you a local here too? It sounds kind of like you are. Um, let's see. If I missed any questions in chat, please reapply your question, redo your question. I think Nimrod burned to the ground in the holiday farm fire, which is one of the funniest names for a community in Oregon, but it's actually a biblical name in Deuteronomy or something. It's like, I have no idea how it got associated with foolishness, but anyway. Um, but yeah, where the Willamette National Forest has not burned, which is where this fire currently is burning, um, they've got a nightmare kind of a situation. At least they've got. Let's check out roads. What kind of road access? They've got good road access over here. So these little bars are gates. That means timber company roads, probably maintained pretty well. Now these are sometimes might even be paved sometimes up hee. I don't know if that is. I don't know what no, paved is solid. So very good wide roads are the solid and dotted. You go to pure white and you've got your pretty narrow, fire access and timber company type stuff going on. So I do like that. I like the road access. That's going to be a tide turner right there. All right, so Katie Hort says, okay, I'm up late. Going to put some hair extensions in. Okay, sounds awesome. What color? Cheryl says, well, yeah, bugs and leaves, its own recycled system between the four streams. And I'll tell you what's sad, Cheryl, is I wasn't harping on you. I just meant that I know there's a character limit in chat. Like, I wasn't being critical. But I mean, I was just trying to be funny. What's really sad about the Caldor fire is I went deep into the El Dorado National Forest, where the El Dorado National Forest used to be. It's a dead zone. Occasionally I saw I saw running streams out of the Sierras that should have been filled with fish and frogs and beaver and stuff, um and tons of bugs. I should have been swarmed by mosquitoes. And as evening fell, during the day, I could not even find green in the form of algae most of the time. Occasionally I found algae was spreading. It had survived in culverts underneath the roads. And so wherever there was a culvert under a road that was wet at the time of the Caldor fire of 2021, the algae was now spreading out, but there were no insects. It was dead silence, no frogs. There were no mice, no sounds, no squirrels during the day, no flying squirrels at night, no owls, no hawks, nothing, no grass, no weeds, nothing last year. It was an entire year later after the Caldor fire. The only thing I could find alive was algae. Strange thing, though, was deep and high up in altitude in the Sierras near the actual town of Caldor, which Caldor, yeah, that's a ghost town, where the Caldor was named after. I mean, that's the middle of nowhere. In the El Dorado National Forest, Caldor, near here, this was a dead zone. It was completely devoid of life, but near it, down this specific road, right around here, it's where it said, load, please. Load. Thank you. Near Leone Meadows, where it said on a really old National Forest map that there had once been a water tank there. Yeah, water tank. Right here, probably. Water tank, that was from back in the days when steam trains needed water. right here, where this stream went underneath, there was some green algae, and I smelled beaver castor of all things. Beaver castor. Now, beaver are like, they weigh more than 75 pounds after the age of 2. They can weigh up to 115 pounds if they become monstrous, but usually around 85 is their average, say 3-year-old weight, 3 and 4-year-old weight. They have a blubber layer. That's how they keep warm in the icy cold streams. Their fur is secondary. It keeps them warm um, you know, out of the water. But I know what beaver castor smells like. Most people probably smelled it while fishing, but don't know what that smell is. It's a nutty, pungent, musky smell. So that means that a beaver traveled all the way from probably the Sacramento Delta area, or way down in the foothills, right, into the middle of nowhere up here, looking for habitat. And the beavers do have to travel long, long distances to carve out their own lion pride territory. They're a lot like a lion. They have a pride. They defend a territory to the death. They stake it, and then they put their scent gland, called their castor, on the bank in strategic places, and it's like a gang marking. This is my territory. Stay out of it. And it's that smell you could smell from miles away. And if a different beaver wants to claim that territory, just like a lion pride takeover, it's a deadly one where they kill the offspring of the other beaver, right? The interloper beaver needs to apply his own scent mark on the top of it. And so, of all things, in the middle of this wasteland, I could smell the beaver castor, but I could tell the beaver didn't stay, because there's nothing for the beaver to eat up there. There's no living plants. There was just some algae. So a beaver had come by and left. Otherwise, he's in the process of starving to death. But they can travel extremely long distances. Probably came down here from, God, what is this lake? McCollumney River. I mean, dang, they are long distance swimmers. But the sad thing is I stayed there at night after sunset fell. I stopped filming and went like this, and there's just no mosquitoes biting me. No sound of frogs, because there's nothing for the frogs to eat. You get the picture. Dead silence. And I drove throughout this forest throughout the night, because there's nowhere to stay in this forest. I was staying with various friends and campgrounds and stuff. Placerville part of the time and Jackson part of the time. So every day that I filmed for the documentary, I'll go back to the Oregon fire now. It took me 2 to 3 hours to drive into the forest, 2 to 3 hours to drive out at night, and I would just have the window open. It's just dead silence, completely dead silence. Any companions who were with me, John Stoker or Sea Probe or anybody at the time, they're like, I don't want to be out here at night. And I said, why not? I said, well, bear, and sometimes there's wolves in the Sierras now, and coyotes, and oh my, cougars. I said, there aren't any. And they're like, what do you mean there aren't any? I said, this is the safest forest to be in right now in the entire West Coast regarding animal attack. You could just lay down right now and just put your hat over your head and go to sleep. You don't have to worry about mosquito bites. He goes, what do you mean there's no predators? I said, there's nothing for them to eat. There's no deer. There's no bushes. This is the one place on Earth that you guarantee there's no predators. Not even foxes. Okay, so we have now looked. Let's see if we can get eyes on the fire. Let's see if we can see it burning at night. We want to look at the bedrock, and occasionally we've had. Yeah, this was supposed to be a short fire roundup. It's not real. Oh my God. Okay, I answered my own question with how many dead trees are on the landscape. Yeah, not enough salvage logging of the holiday farm. Sorry, this is a rotator. Let's do a different time lapse. Let's do an hour of it. These didn't rotate, but the job of the camera is to find new fires, not really monitor the old ones. So some will be always set to rotate. I'm dying now of the heat. Turn the AC back on. My computer completely just, it's an oven. People don't realize those sacrifices I'm making by having a 16-core processor going to bring you this smooth stream here. Yeah, that is kind of trippy, isn't it? Hey, photos, how are you doing? So every time it's facing that direction, you can see the fire, and that is its glow of heat, like hot smoke. Everything that's either bright light or hot is going to be white under the infrared. Everything that's black is going to be the coolest stuff. That's the way it works. And so the shady side of mountains are cooler than the sides facing the sun during the day. There's still some residual heat in the soil and in the canopy from the daytime. It's not really the shadow of the moonlight so much as it's still cold. Infrared is hard to read a bit, but it can be a little bit weird like that. Of course, you got stars and stuff. So there is the fire, but I'm sorry, it's going to trip out again. We've got to go back to daylight hours and let this finish, because this tells us everything we need to know about potential for a mega fire if a gigantic windstorm comes up. Plus, we're just talking about fires still going and like how they could spread. What about the lightning season that August is? Everything about this and the flat fire can become so much more complicated. Golden fire too, if new lightning strikes hit these damn dead trees. They could say have 90% containment on this, when all of a sudden there's a million new fires from the lightning strikes in a single storm. So I'm going to go back to daytime. Hey, there's a firefighting airplane right there. How do I know? It's really low and there's a no-fly zone around it. Oh, God. Oh, God. These poor trees survived the last fire, barely. You could see a little bit of green on them. But the radiant heat from the massive holiday farm fire here damaged them severely. They're extremely weak. They may not ultimately survive. Oh, look at all the standing dead trees in the landscape. All it takes is some brush at the base of it, and you've got all the makings of a mega fire. Damn. I could see some salvage logging's been done here. So this will be where forests can grow back first if they do a lot of serious replanting these places. But you see all these lots in between. If this isn't salvage logged down, what's going to happen? Say 15 years of regrowth right here in these bare spots, right? You'd think that it'll look good, right? Forest is coming back, right? Well, what if you leave these dead trees near it on a landscape? It's not good. When they burn, they'll burn with such a crazy amount of heat that's close enough to kill them. It's like they put the other trees in the oven. You know, it's like putting a moth in a jar and putting it next to a campfire. The moth has a chance to live through the night. What if you put a moth in a jar next to a bonfire? It doesn't have a chance to live through the night. It's going to be one barbecued moth in there. So even if the heat, even if the fire stayed nice for some reason and didn't spread to the living saplings, the younger trees. Remember, younger trees don't have thick bark. They're the ones more likely to burn. Bark is fireproofing. Once it gets thick, trees in more of a safe zone, right? So young trees trying to regrow after an event like this are extremely vulnerable. They won't make it. That's why salvage logging has to occur. It's salvaging the situation, not just the wood. So this is all I need to know. The looks like some of it's still going on down here. That looks like a tractor of some sort. Now they rush to salvage log because it takes only about 3 years of rotting, and then the wood's useless. You can't make furniture, you can't make homes, you can't sell the lumber, and so that means a bad thing. It means that for every tree killed by wildfire, if you salvage that wood, that means a living tree doesn't have to be killed for that same wood, right? So they really, really should try immediately to try and make what they can out of the dead tree. But there's not enough logging companies now, not enough loggers to even do this. And because they rot and get damaged by rot and stuff so quickly, it's not profitable. So the conspiracy nut theories that loggers are somehow benefiting, or logging companies are benefiting from wildfire, is absolutely insane. It takes 75 years sometimes for trees to mature into something they can cut down for lumber. They do not want all those years to be wasted. They don't even have enough time to log down all these dead trees while they're still good. So no, loggers do not want, and logging companies do not want this to happen. They mandate all their employees be off-duty wildfire firefighters. Almost every single logger on Earth is a firefighter. They drop everything to fight fires, to save the forest. It's just the way it is. So, but since there's no money, it just becomes a giant drain on the economy. There's oftentimes no money to really do salvage logging after a couple years have gone by. It's waste wood. And that's usually when, there's a limited budget for the forest. They just won't have the budget to salvage log this to save the environment. It's part of the repeat cycle of this stuff going bad. If you think about the first fire, look at all these dead trunks in the landscape. The first fire only burns off sticks. It's only burning off the limbs. It's not that ferocious. As bad as these mega fires are, like the Dixie and the Caldor, they're not that ferocious. As soon as a couple years goes by, though, and you've got enough brush at the base of these trees, 3, 6 years, the second fire is the one that's worse because now the trunks of the trees are burning. They didn't burn the first time because there's thousands of gallons of water inside every living tree. Give it 3 years to dry out, though. It's dry as a bone. Now the trunks are going to burn. So Dixie Fire 2, Caldor Fire 2, Holiday Farm Fire 2, Riverside Fire 2, Beachy Creek Fire 2, Lion's Head Fire number 2. Get the picture? They're all going to be worse, and they're all going to come down the pipe, if not a couple years from now, maybe 10 to 15 years from now. But within that time frame, I expect we're going to have mega gigantic fires, and we have to do something about this. The public has to be aware. This is doom unless we do something about this. There isn't going to be any point in replanting at all until this is down, because it'll just all go up in smoke again. This is a crisis that a lot of people don't even understand is going to happen. Now let's look back. I'm happy to see the Newell fire is off of watch duty already. That didn't even have to be more than 30 acres, but like we heard on the radio, they ran out of water. They didn't have enough water trucks. So just as they had it under control, they ran out of water and it kept spreading. I was so pissed off that was the obvious problem. It was just hay fields on fire. Look, global warming has nothing to do with hay ripening and getting ready to harvest. Like hay, dry hay, is flammable, like newsflash, right? Doesn't matter if it's global warming or not. They cut off the irrigation, they let it dry out, and then they harvest it. Same thing for wheat and hay. All of Klickitat County was mostly a hay harvest, and just before harvest, the fire broke out. It has nothing to do with global warming. It has everything to do with the tiny volunteer fire department being overwhelmed and not having enough water trucks. But already there was a bunch of stupid news articles about how global warming started fires in Washington, and I just want to scream. That's why so many people are hating that very word right now and just want to roll up pieces of paper and throw it at people who are doing this. It's being overused. That term is being used and misused for situations that have nothing to do with it. And I'm starting to get pissed off too. Like this lazy journalism stuff has got to stop. People are just don't even want to hear it. They don't believe it anymore because you can't tell the difference. The media says it when it doesn't apply. So when does it actually apply? You know, it's pissing me off. Let's see here. I want to write personal letters to these people, but hey, don't cry, don't cry. I know Katie is not looking good for the future, but the future is going to be what we make it. All that is solvable. We can't solve global warming. Like what I tell people is like this warming trend is not something you can solve. I do not believe humans can reverse it. I think it's the dumbest idea. I mean, the only thing more stupid than denying climate change is thinking we can control it. We're just human beings, you know. There's things much more powerful than us called, you know, nature and volcanoes and asteroids. Those things are in control of the climate. We never will be. We have affected it. We've affected the tipping point balance stuff. But when people are saying that we could, like, you know, reduce CO2 production and tax cow farts and that's going to change something, it's not real, then it's not true. That may have been something that we could have done, say, starting a couple hundred years ago, you know, before most of the coal was burned and all that kind of stuff. But people are acting like climate change is a boat about to capsize, and it's upside down. We capsized. So the way to prevent a boat from capsizing is completely different than what you do to right the boat. Like, it happened. Climate changed. It already happened. The glaciers are mostly already gone. It already happened. Shut up about the preventing it. Like, it's here. People are dying in mass of the heat waves. It's here. Shut up about taxing the cow farts. What do we do now? Stop having your anxiety about whether or not it's going to happen. It happened. Don't hate farmers and hate, you know, coal plants and stuff. It already happened. So how do we right the boat, right? That's a different debate for another time. Like right now, the debate is the best way to, if we wanted to try to control the climate, put a bunch of particulates in the upper atmosphere to reflect most of the sun's rays back in space. That's actually a really good plan. It would work. For the most part, it's a tipping point of how much white is on the Earth. Like white snow on the Earth and white, well, basically most of that is slow, but glaciers too. The more white that's on the Earth, the more the sun's rays get reflected back into space. And so when you start losing the white space, like you have milder and milder winters, sometimes there's a tipping point where there's just not enough white on the Earth anymore for long enough times of the year to keep the climate cool. And so you have ice ages for X amount of time that stay that way because it takes a depletion of that white space to allow the Earth to warm. Like something has to happen for less and less white to be on the face of the Earth for a warming trend and for an ice age to end. And that's why the ice ages can last like 40,000 years. Like the last one we had wasn't our only one. They come and they go. And so there's a tipping point where there's less and less white on the Earth and less reflection. And then as that white stuff goes away, as more glaciers melt and less snow falls, then you have an acceleration at of the end of that ice age or that cold period of time. Cloud seeding doesn't really work. It's a really extremely hit and miss thing. There has to be moisture in the air in order to seed a cloud, and so it just completely doesn't work when you have dry areas. Cloud seeding was a big hyped up thing in the 60s, but it never panned out to anything. And it'll occasionally be useful. Like the rumors are that the Soviet Union cloud seeded over Belarus so that the nuclear fallout from Chernobyl would hit Belarus instead of Moscow. So if you already have pregnant clouds pregnant with moisture, you can cloud seed to make it rain immediately, but you can't make it rain where there's no moisture in the air. Otherwise, we wouldn't have deserts. The Sahara would be. It's always if we want the Middle East to be less dry, more like the Fertile Crescent that it was when mankind first started farming. It's not really the Fertile Crescent anymore. It's like a dry as a desert bone area with fertile rivers, But it was called the Fertile Crescent because the Middle East used to be lush, right around the coast, and North Africa was a giant, big rainforest. The Atlas Mountains. There's a tiny amount of it left. But you can't just replant it and hope that the trees survive because you can't make moisture come out of nothing. So forests actually produce their own rain. Every night a tree gets rid of a lot of its moisture into the atmosphere. That's why the Amazon rainforest generates rainstorms. Right. Instead of actual practical solutions, like most green initiatives, they've been hijacked by people that are tap dancers. Crusaders are the people with earnest, honest motivations, and that's why they're called crusaders, right? So there are honest climate crusaders, but then there's always the tap dancers who want to make money off of people who believe, who earnestly want to help the planet. And so the tap dancers are the fake ones, and they just want to make new revenues. So they want to tax cow farts because they just want new revenue. Never mind that cow farts don't really produce any significant amount of methane. That the majority of methane is coming from melting permafrost in Canada and Siberia, which makes Canada the biggest methane producer in the entire world, aside from Russia. So, but taxing cow farts, that sounds great. All the swamps in the world are producing a lot of methane, but if you really wanted to fight methane, you have to drain them, and nobody wants to do that, right? But, taxing cow farts for the very rural agricultural communities, all of a sudden that's a new source of revenue, and they're desperate for revenue. You got guilt trip, kind of tap dancers that want you to believe you could be carbon neutral if you write them a check and they're going to go plant a tree somewhere. Well, whatever, this is tap dance stuff. It has no effect. Like in counties near Portland, they decided to quote ban plastic bags because that's pollution that's killing wildlife, right? Swamp farts, yes. And so they didn't ban plastic bags. The tap dancers, since they're not real, they don't really care. They made it so one-time use plastic bags were banned, right? So now the only thing that is made is they still churn out millions of plastic bags, and they're still sold at the grocery store. Now they're thicker plastics, so you have to buy them because it costs more. Now, if they really were crusaders, they'd say, okay, let's put a deposit. You pay 10 cents for a plastic bag. You get 10. You put a label on it, like a barcode on it, like a QR code, and just like our bottle bill, it says Oregon deposit 10 cents right here and up here. Oregon was the first state, I believe, in the 70s where you have to pay. Back then it was 5 cents. Now it's 10. You go and buy this at the store, you pay 10 cents for every can, and you get it back when you take it back to the store. You put it in a machine, and it pops out a receipt You walk in the store and you get your 10 cents back. So all the homeless people around here are basically environmental crusaders, environmental helpers. You don't see these on the ground for more than about 30 minutes. Someone comes and picks it up. Same thing with plastic bottles. So if they are really crusaders and really cared about the environment and really wanted the plastic bags to be picked up, all you had to do was put a 10-cent deposit on it, right? And people would pick up plastic bags off the ground like they do our Coke cans, and they would be returned to the store for recycling. But I know they didn't do that. They banned paper bags, the sustainable things you can recycle. They banned the paper, and now you have to buy a plastic bag. And mostly the reusable bags are not green. They're fake green. They're made out of vinyl, which rapes the earth basically to create it. It's a petroleum product. It's extremely toxic. When vinyl breaks down, you have the leaching of cadmium and other very toxic metals into the soil, and vinyl needs to be banned. It's one of the most toxic things known to man, and when it burns, it creates dioxins, cancer-causing dioxins. So that's why firefighters die. Their number one cause of death is cancer. They're breathing in the fumes from the burning vinyl siding and the vinyl floors and the vinyl plastic. And that stuff is so toxic, even if it gets on your skin. So if you get soot on your skin from burning vinyl, it leaches into your bloodstream and you get cancer later in life. So when you have towns burned down like Paradise, the toxic plastic vinyl from the siding and the plastic of the cars and the plastic inside of the homes contaminated the soil of Paradise 3 feet deep into the ground. So even 5 feet in some places. So to clean up Paradise, that's why it's $1 billion disaster, they had to scrape the soil down that deep before they could allow rebuilding. Hey, John Bruno, you're here. Oh, you're up late. I'm in LA touring the LA Fire Department. Came across 2 fires in the Gorman area of Interstate 5. Is that today, JB? And is what I'm saying about vinyl true? Just say a yes in chat if we're here. So what I'm saying, though, is that a lot of what people are calling climate denial isn't really climate change denial. It's skepticism of the what is really a crusade that's honorable and real, and what is just a tap dance. What's fake? The whole carbon neutrality fake thing. Write us a check and we're going to plant a tree and somehow that's going to offset something that you did. That's fake. It's not real. Katie Hort says vinyl chloride is just as toxic as nuclear waste. Bing, 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 bing. And yes, John Bruno says, yes, it's a firefighter killer. And if you guys aren't familiar with who he is, he took me under his wing. I learned a lot from him. He's a retired fire chief of Shasta County. So he's my special guest sometimes. He's a wonderful man. You guys clap for John Bruno. His lifetime of service has come at a cost to his health too, like every firefighter. But give him a hand. But there's a little thing called the clap emoji. This is support clapping hands. You do this. That's how you show support. So what fires you saw on watch duty? The ones down there, the Gorman area. 2 fires in the Gorman area of Interstate 5. Yeah, I was supposed to do a roundup and be off the air by 11. I have naive ideas about things. We had a lot of trolls come in today. Tried to explain Santa Ana winds, and somebody said, "Oh, are you a meteorologist? What's your degree in meteorology?" Like, I don't know that these horses' asses understand that they just look like that. I don't care. That doesn't affect me, but all it does is just kind of let everybody else know that they are an idiot. Yes, thank you for your service. My mom said to thank you for your service too, JB. So, yeah, the York is insane, but that's mostly out in the middle of nowhere. Now, I heard about a couple that were by Palm Springs, but I think they're done deals. Let's see, I don't know where Gorman is, honestly. I've never been to South California. But for Disneyland trips, I swear to God. And once when I had I visited a step grandfather who lived in Ventura, and he was an old timer. He was so cool. So where is? Yeah, it's easy to get immunity from trolls, but what? I mean, I do not care about them. But when new people have shown up, um, sometimes they can become a little bit more vulnerable to believing what a troll says, especially the ones that pretend to be firefighters but aren't. And they say, "Oh, I'm a firefighter," and you're mostly wrong. No, you're actually just a lying sack of beep. So if anybody says I'm wrong about something when they won't back it up, bing, 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 that's the troll. Because I'm the first to admit when I'm wrong. Like, that's very dangerous to be wrong about this topic. That's why I invite all the firefighters that normally hang out on the stream to monitor everything I say. Please correct me the moment that I have ever said anything incorrectly. But failing to understand fire behavior, I mean, it's really not rocket science for one thing. If I didn't truly understand how it worked, I would not have been able to evacuate people early, and I would not have been able to have been accurate when CAL FIRE even was not about Greenville, about the Dixie Fire, and about the Caldor Fire. Okay? That's not a boast, it's the truth. But yeah, we can't let them be disruptive. You know, this is a place for traumatized people and for the worried to congregate and feel reassured. My main purpose here is to be reassuring. You know, I'd have a million subscribers if I was a dick. If I was one of those dicks that tried to scare everybody and say there's laser weapons and there's volcanoes erupting beneath us causing wildfires and they don't want you to know it. I mean, there's a channel like that. It's got like 500,000 of the most worried people on Earth out there trying to cover fires. And it's just the truth. The truth is that the reassuring news stations, the reassuring news, does not get shared like the fear-mongering bullshit. So that's why I depend on you guys to spread the word. We're the ones being accurate. And so, Katie, don't cry about this, the fact that we're looking at another mega fire at some point for, you know, the Dixie and the Calder and this right here. This is the Holiday Farm fire. If they don't salvage log the rest of this, we're going to have another massive mega fire here. And the reason we shouldn't cry about it is we can actually do something about this, unlike changing the climate. What I was trying to make the point is we definitely could at high altitudes put a bunch of even frozen water vapor at high altitude. We could reflect a lot of the sun's rays out into space. We could definitely cool the climate by several degrees anytime we wanted to with that simple endeavor. There's a reason we're not doing it. And we're trying to do stuff like cut back on greenhouse gases instead, which is not going to work, by the way, but okay. The reason we don't is if an asteroid were to strike us, even a pretty small one, and we're not very good at figuring them out. We're not very good at detecting them. A couple of them have nearly hit the planet of pretty good size in the last 10 years that we didn't see coming. Our tech isn't very good at that yet. If we had an asteroid strike, we'd be screwed. If we had a major volcanic eruption, we'd be double screwed. That'd even be worse. Because volcanoes, people think they erupt once and they settle down. Sometimes volcanoes can erupt constantly for more than 1,000 years in a row, even 1 million years in a row. I mean, that's Stromboli in Italy has been erupting since the Bronze Age with no stop every single day. Now, it's not the world's largest eruption, but you get my point. Krakatoa cooled the planet for like 30 years. even resulted in two different years that basically didn't have a summer season, where it snowed in the northern hemisphere in June and killed millions of sheep that got sheared because they froze to death in June. So what if we had already put particulates up in the upper atmosphere to reflect the sun's rays? Then we get a giant. Okay, third thing I didn't mention is nuclear weapons. Okay, any of these things can stir up enough particles into the upper atmosphere. It takes them years and years and years to settle down. That's what I forgot to mention, years to settle down. So if we've already cooled the planet and already put some particles up there, even if it's water vapor, we can't stop it. We could have a runaway ice age scenario. It's already been proposed by scientists. I'm not talking out of my ass. There was a science fiction movie about it called The Snowpiercer. We could accidentally create like 10 years in a row without a summer, where it just snows for 10 years in a row, pretty much everywhere but the equator. And then so much white is on the planet that we can't warm it up. And the cascading event unleashes a new ice age. That's why we haven't done this yet. That is a very frightening prospect. Tampering with climate is a serious endeavor. That's why everybody's been focusing on the things that we could do. Like, if we wanted to, we could restart greenhouse gases. Right? We could start burning coal, But the funny thing is that CO2 makes up less than 1% of the atmosphere's gases. And even with all of our couple, a couple of centuries of massive oil and, fossil fuel burning, we haven't even changed the atmosphere more than 1%. It's still not even 2% of the atmosphere. So I don't know that cutting any of it matters. This said, I'm not a meteorologist or a climate scientist. Maybe CO2 is supposed to be a big deal, even in tenths of a percent. As far as I know, it's quite a weak greenhouse gas. The big culprits are things like methane, our CFCs, Freon and stuff, destroying much of the ozone layer. All of that kind of stuff has done a lot more damage to the planet. Deforestation. But the reason why so much emphasis has been put on CO2, I believe, is that that's what you could tax the most for your revenue streams. So not just crusaders are on board, but the tap dancers too. That's why there's so much just jaded stuff. Like, I like paper bags. They could be recycled. Having a forest farm for paper means that there's still some trees in the landscape. But the anti-plastic bag bills, which just mean that plastic's thicker than ever and still being thrown away, that's all tap dancer stuff. That's just a giveaway to the oil companies. That's sad. But I'm a crusader for the planet. I'm a person who teach you how to do metal recycling. I'm a crusader for saving our forests and saving our environment here in a practical way. So you can trust me to be a crusader. Now, yeah, Saddle Tramp is making a good point. The contain doesn't mean it's out. Absolutely. Like when people ask me why don't they put out wildfires? Like, why don't they put them out? Why do they just encircle them? Why don't they put them out? It's because we can't. There's a lot of things beyond human control. Dropping water from the air is like a spray bottle. Yeah, a lot of it turns into vapor, and it dissipates, right? So it's not like you could even drop enough water from the air to put out a forest fire. That would drain all of our lakes, like California's lakes would be dry. And you can't imagine that, well, why wouldn't the water just run back into the lakes off the mountains, right? That's because a lot of it vaporized, and so it just became vapors and clouds, and we'd go to some other state like Nevada, and maybe it would rain on Tennessee, but we'd lose the water. We also just don't have infinite money to just keep dropping this stuff. It's extremely expensive to do that from the air. And it's also like, why would you spend all the money and why would you put all those crews in danger to do such a thing when they need to be fresh, ready to respond to the next fire? Like, you just can't have like 10 million ready to go firefighters trying to put out fires. Like, when you have a campfire roasting your weenies and stuff, and you're still around, you don't need the fire to be, you don't need to extinguish it. It has a certain amount of fuel inside of it, right? Inside the little ring, campfire ring with your weenie roast. If you let it be, it's going to exhaust that fuel and put itself out. So when you have contained a fire, just let it put itself out. Fire has to move to survive. So do the containment, get your crews rested, let them respond to the next incident, because it's whack-a-mole all summer. Right now, even with the enormous amount of money we spend fighting fires, we don't even have an adequate amount of people. So you have to triage, like a surgeon getting too many patients at once from a battle. And the surgeon doesn't rush over to the people who have the worst wounds. The surgeon lets them die because it's going to take a long time to try to save them. If a surgeon moves on to people with bad wounds, but they're more likely to make it, maybe he can quickly save 5 people in the same amount of time. It's triage. So that's just the way that it is. Now, the cool thing about all of this is if we do demand change, we do demand more budgets and stuff. And if we do, all of this, unlike the climate, is fixable. If we learn our lessons, and some communities already have, this is not doom of the future. As soon as we learn the lessons and the public demands change from our officials and we change our policies, we can prevent these completely man-made disasters from happening again. We'll have very, very few mega fires in the future. In fact, there were fewer of these mega fires back in the time when the Indians were in charge because they just kept lighting fires in the landscape and they were really good fire managers. In fact, I think I had found evidence at the Anastasi were building fire breaks like we do today, not with bulldozers. But I need to dig a little bit deeper into that before I can prove it. The Indians were really good at firefighting. They understood the behavior. The reason why we have giant sequoias that survived 3,000 plus years, even 5,000 years of forest fires, is the Indians were taking care of them. They were their churches, their cathedrals, their sacred spirits. It's no coincidence they survived that long. Okay. John Bruno says Cal Fire never did a serious after-action review of the Santa Rosa, the car, or the camp incidents, and do you wonder why? Yeah, I really do. JB also, do you remember the database that California had for wildfires? It was this huge, giant database website. I was researching the 2007 Moonlight Fire on it, and then all of a sudden, I couldn't find it. My links were dead, and I tried to resume my research, and that was in Plumas County where the Dixie Fire was. And it basically had all the wildfire fighting history of the entire Plumas County dating back to, the 1800s. And it was just this absolutely gold mine, a database, a public resource. And then all of a sudden, it has to be taken down and destroyed, and not just taken down. All of a sudden, the funding was cut for it. All of a sudden, it had to be deleted. not taken down and archived on a simple freaking hard drive that costs you what, $100? 2 hard drives, maybe $200. All of that was deleted. Huh. Could it be that you could have quickly found out just how many fires PG&E had started? And that statistic was going to be insane. I mean, we have the New York Times articles and the LA Times. PG&E has started thousands of fires. Where's that article I should have just? Oh, here's one from the Wall Street Journal. There's LA Times and stuff too. PG&E sparked at least 1,500 California fires. Now the utility faces collapse. Yeah, the governor and people didn't allow that, did they? What's the date on this? January 13th of 2019. Oh, there's many more since then. There's a couple other newer articles. You know, when they say human-caused fires, that's actually a gigantic fake statistic. It makes people hate each other. It makes people hate thinking that other people are being dumb with fire, tossing cigarettes out windows and failing to extinguish their campfires and putting fireworks, gender reveal parties out of control and all that BS. Usually it's corporations that are starting these fires that are racing towns and entire national forests and such. It's not usually individuals. Corporations are not people. It's the individual corporations' policies and the failure of that state to regulate them. And the failure of us to be aware of it and push for change in laws such as, you know what? You have rickety power lines and there's 75 plus mile an hour winds. You shut it down until you've got a really good maintenance policy. I swear to God, it's easier to keep power on during a hurricane than out west because they've had more than 40 years of neglected maintenance. So look, we can stop all this with a couple of laws with a pen. We can replant. Now that we have a blank slate, there's so many dead forests. So the good news is we can replant them to be diverse. Part of the reason why the bark beetles and all these fungal attacks following them, because the 1-2 punch is the bark beetles weaken the trees and then the fungus attacks them. So it's a 1-2 punch for the mass dying of the trees in California. Part of the reason that the fungus is just obliterating them entire forests is that they're genetically the same. They're replants from the same nurseries. So you have almost twin brother and sister trees next to each other, not only the exact same species, like the exact same mother tree, right? So if we would just do pine cone exchange and seed exchange with other states, like we could make our forests much more healthy, less likely to die, less likely to be attacked, and less fire vulnerable. Like we have a lot of really good, hopeful things to look forward to here. Just have to educate the public and make them demand change. Because one thing about this climate change madness, where everybody's foaming at the mouth, angry, like Greta. She's a mouth foamer. I'm sorry. I mean, I kind of like her in some ways, but in reality, I mean, she's got a hatred complex, right? It's not just anger. She seems to be hateful, which makes me a little wary of her. I'm not real sure, but she blames people. Like she's like, you guys did this to our planet, right? I like blaming the problem rather than blaming people, right? I hope when she matures, as she matures, she'll blame more of the problem instead of people. But a lot of people have her disposition and absolutely hate those that are being blamed for climate change, right? Whether or not it's political parties, right wingers, or petroleum companies, whatever, right? This super amount of hate. The passion there and ironically, some of the hate is coming out of people caring, actually. People caring about the environment and their future and the future world we're going to leave behind for the next generation. People do care, but they need to be fully aware of the complexity of the problem and what they actually need to fight. There's a false narrative right now I counter on Twitter is either PG&E is to blame for these fires or global warming is, and they have to choose. What do you mean you have to choose? And so a lot of people are defending PG&E. This company has killed people for a very long time. They poisoned wells, gave families rare cancers, and sat there and knew about it for decades. As children died, they didn't do shit about it. They have a long history of killing people. In San Bruno, their pipeline failure to maintain it blew up a neighborhood. These wildfires are just the latest way they're killing people. They are a heartless corporation with a long history of mass killings. Okay, if you think about like gun violence, they are the mass shooters of Vegas. They are the nightclub killers. They are the guys that shoot up movie theaters, okay, as far as corporate killers, okay? You cannot defend PG&E. The line that failed that killed so many people in Paradise, some of which I knew. The lines that failed there were 96 years old and never even inspected in 96 years. So, look, Greta's a young kid, okay? So I remember being that fiery, passionate, and a human hater. Like, I can't be a hypocrite and say, oh, that child is wrong. I mean, that's a child, right? She's got to grow up and learn about the tap dancers. And I mean, it took me a long time to fully realize a lot of things. You know, if you just trust the media, you're lost. They're selling bad news. They're selling lies. They're selling things, right, to you. Now, it doesn't mean that they're all bad. I mean, but this is a false narrative. Look, it's like PG&E is starting these fires, right? And now that we're obviously in a warming trend here, you can't have somebody careless with fire today starting them. It's like PG&E is like this. They're just throwing out matches in a dry barn, not caring if the barn burns down because it doesn't affect them. So if you want to not have the barn burn down, are you going to tolerate that behavior from somebody in there doing that? So if you have the dry barn is us. It's the environment now. You can't have anybody careless with it, especially not a corporation that does this. Their count now is up to many more, way more than this. This is before the Dixie. Like they started the largest fire in California's history, the Dixie Fire, twice. The Dixie Fire didn't have one ignition source. It was one power line that failed. And then the second one, right when they got the Dixie Fire under control, the Fly Fire. Everybody forgets that. Now, I do not count the August complex. That's a complex. That's when more than one fire ran together. That doesn't count. So this corporation has destroyed more of California's environment than anything else that I can think of. It's destroyed more trees than loggers have. I mean, at least loggers replant the damn thing and do it gradually over time. They destroyed more old growth and stuff than I think anybody else ever has in Plumas County since the days of the pioneers showing up. Like, don't defend them for God's sake. It's a fake argument. The left and the right have got to unite because there's almost nothing left of California to save. I mean, we lost because PG&E started the Dixie Fire in 2020 when lightning started the fires down here in the Sequoias. We lost another 25% of the world's sequoias, or 20% of them, something like that, down here with the K&P complex because there was nobody to send down there to take care of it. There was 12 to 19 people who responded. And the fire burned politely for a week, just ready for anybody to put it out. And if they had the trucks and the resources and the people, and if some of the aircraft could have done it, we would never lost the sequoias with the K&P and the one burning in the Sequoia National Forest. Like, that was optional. This corporation has almost single-handedly made sequoias extinct. Let that sink in. And that was just on one occasion. So, this is a fake argument. Yes, the climate's changed, so we can't tolerate any foolishness with fires, especially not from corporations that have just free reign to do this, to start these fires, to ruin lives, ruin the environment, and no real financial consequence to them. They could even kill people by the dozen at will, and they will never see jail time. Change the law so that the CEOs that start this stuff can go to prison, just like you and I can for manslaughter. This will end in a day. They'll suddenly get right to maintaining their lines. Golden handcuffs is what we need for corporations that kill. Real jail time. Confiscation of their assets. I mean, right now, if you grow pot in a house in California, they can confiscate your car because they can make the feds can. They can make an argument that you used your car to transport drugs. They could confiscate your entire house and all of your land because you're using that for the drug trade. Those are the hard laws of the drug war that got signed by presidents and corporations. That's why everything's grown on public land now, and that started that stupid thing. It's called civil forfeiture of assets. So why don't, when these power companies start with their failure to manage that, I mean, they have one job, and that's safely deliver power to the citizens of California. When they fail to do that for decades in a row and just keep killing people by the dozen or nearly the hundreds, when these power companies, when it's just beyond what they can repay back to the public, when they cause $1 billion disaster, maybe even trillions now. If you look at the long-term cleanup and cost to the state of California, why don't they forfeit their assets and we seize them like in the drug war? We could end all of this instantly with pens and paper. Write to your congressman, write to the president. Demand real change that matters. This will not happen. This won't happen. Part of the Paradise disaster was eucalyptus trees. Same thing with the Cascade Fire. Same thing with the Oakland firestorm. Make them illegal. It's still legal to buy, plant, and sell them. And same thing with gorse and Spanish broom and Scotch broom. You can still plant them in your yard, even though they cause massive fires and kill people. Destabilize the landscape and kill native plants. Like, just a couple of common sense laws. Don't cry because we could change it. But you know what? We can't change this climate, whatever it's doing. Taxing cow farts are not going to solve this. And evil governor of California somehow convinced Biden, dementia-ridden Biden, to spend $1 billion to keep PG&E's nuclear power plant open, the one that's vulnerable to tsunamis, that it will melt down if tsunami hits it. Diablo Canyon. That nuclear power plant was deemed to be tsunami vulnerable, and after Fukushima, they said we need to shut this down within a couple of years. But you know what? That conniving jerk, tap dancer, California's governor said, Biden, please give $1 billion to PG&E. The one that keeps burning down the forests. releasing all that carbon, to keep that goddamn nuclear power plant open, to keep so many millions of Californians vulnerable to nuclear meltdown. Okay, this would be $1 trillion disaster, not $1 billion one, like multiple trillions of dollars, like Fukushima is. Keep California vulnerable to nuclear disaster. Keep it open because it doesn't produce CO2. Now, I don't hate Biden. I think this is a tragedy. This is the first time that a president possibly has dementia in office. Like, I don't know who's in charge. I think he's got a great, like, heart, you know what I mean? But I don't know what the hell's going on with his health. I'm scared of his health. Like, I don't think that's a joke. And he did good things for wildfire fighting. He told the Forest Service, stop your stupid ass policy of let burn. That the Tamarack exploded in 2020. That was the first big thing. They could have had it under control, but the National Forest Service decided that, oh, let's reintroduce fire in the landscape during a giant drought. No, don't just let that anything burn in the middle of a giant drought. This is mega fires that's going to happen. Like, this has to be slowly introduced over time and not during the summer's heat. God's sake. So Tamarack spread into 2 states, destroyed towns in Nevada. That was a goddamn nightmare. It was like the pre-Caldor fire. And so what Biden did was told him, stop it, goddammit. So good on you for that, Biden. But, oh, God, this was tap dancing bullshit. Look, keeping there's no way to justify keeping California vulnerable to a nuclear catastrophe. There is no justification for that. But because he's a tap dancer and doesn't give a crap about Californians' lives or the environment, the governor told everybody keeping the Diablo Canyon power plant up and running, even though it possibly could be taken out by a tsunami, and, you know, that could destroy the environment for hundreds of thousands of years, nuclear contamination, etc. Oh, it's worth it because climate change is worse. Since it produces no CO2, we should accept nuclear catastrophe risk. I'm not kidding. That's what he said. But guess who his friend is, who he takes money from? It's PG&E. He handed them $1 billion by convincing perhaps dementia-ridden Biden to go along with this idiotic plan. You know what? Nuclear is not green. California already produces so much power with its solar program that they have to pay other states to take it when they produce too much power. It does not have a lack of power problem. I'm not joking. California pays other states to take its power. We don't sell it to other states in California. This is Tree Hugger, okay? This is from a liberal media source. The Golden State may want to change its nickname to the Solar State, and according to a recent expose in the LA Times, California's solar boom is growing so fast with such intensity that utility regulators are frequently paying neighborhood states to absorb the surplus production or the grid goes down. I'm not kidding. California doesn't have a lack of power. This is 2017. They already had a huge power surplus. This is tricking the president who's sick, likely sick, into giving $1 billion to the killer corporation to keep California vulnerable to nuclear catastrophe. And he's using global warming's name to do it. This is why people hate the tap dance of global warming. Yeah, Cheryl says Trump wanted to solve it with a rake. I don't like California's governor. I don't like Trump either because they both pointed the finger at each other. I was hoping that both of them would do something for the citizens of paradise. They both pointed the finger at each other, blamed each other, and then withheld funds to the victims. Both of them did that and threatened to. They used the victims of paradise as this little thing, like little chess pieces on their board. Oh yeah, giant power surpluses. California, okay, it started this huge solar initiative back in the teens. Like huge freebie giveaways of money for people to put solar on their roof. Like you could do it extremely cheaply, and it was a huge incentive to do that. My dad did it too, so I know a lot about this program. You put solar panels on your roof. And no, that doesn't mean that you generate your own power and you get self-sufficient. No, unfortunately, it doesn't mean that. That would be if they did it right, like California just could start dismantling some fish killing dams, maybe, and dismantling the old power grid system that is so dangerous to the public, so expensive to maintain. No, this isn't progressive. It was implemented in a course of tap dancing evil way that doesn't really help the environment much. It's giveaway mostly to rich people because the poor couldn't do this, so it didn't help the poor. Rich people still had to dump about $5,000 at least, sometimes $10,000 into the system of their own money, so the poor were screwed out of this. So what it does is a giveaway to the rich. You'll see the solar on all these rich people's homes, middle class to rich, wealthy. You had a huge rebates and tax incentives. Well, if you're too poor to pay taxes and you're a renter, then this doesn't help you, does it? But hey, if you have a lot of taxes that you were going to pay because you have a lot of income, then this helped you a lot. So you put solar on your roof, and instead of like keeping it for your own use, like it powering the stuff in your own home, it doesn't do that. It's connected to the grid. It leaves your house and goes to the grid. Now you get a break on your power bill based on how much solar energy you sold to the power company. You're generating it for them and you're selling it to the power company. And the power company then has it on its grid, right? Now, there's no batteries. Batteries are extremely flammable. If you have a battery bank at your house, you better have like a serious, robust. You better keep it away from your house because it's probably going to have a massive fire one day. Now, on submarines, the battery. Back me up on this, Smitty. What happens on a submarine if the batteries are burning? Everybody dies, right? It's the fumes. The batteries on fire are going to destroy the submarine. They will burn with an intensity and with toxic fumes so bad, like it's really hard to put them out. So they cannot have a battery bank fire on a submarine. If you were to store the power for your use at night, because solar is just during the daytime, that means that everybody in California would have to have like a shed in their backyard with a huge power, suppression system on it. We're talking like dry chem stuff, like not really water sprinklers. It's very hard to implement. That's why nobody does this. You'd have to have like rows and rows of car batteries, for example, like on racks. Lithium is worse. You can't put lithium out with a fire, with water. Otherwise, it just fuels the fire. So basically, the safest thing is a lot of lead acid batteries, like in a car. You'd have to have them in your in your shed, and that would be a massive fire risk in everybody's backyard. That would be a nightmare. So instead of using the power yourself, you're just generating power that you sell to the power companies, and then the power companies are going to try to sell it to people using power, like your neighbors and yourself. So you sell it to them, they sell it back to you. So you're getting your power from the grid. You're giving some to the grid during the daytime, but during the daytime you're also keep getting it from the grid. And all through the night, you're getting it from the grid. That's where all of your power comes from. And that power on the grid could be coming from other states because power companies exchange power with other states. We've got these big high tension power lines crisscrossing the states. And so when other states need extra power, the heat wave, whatever, a bunch of aluminum smelters just opened up, whatever the hell's going on, we need to build a bunch of ships in Texas or something, whatever's going on. They'll buy surplus power from other states at a pre-negotiated rate, right? Smitty says correct. A battery fire on a submarine means the crews will run out of oxygen fast, or they'll die of chloride gas. Yeah. There's nothing quite like a battery fire or like substation power grid fire. Those are major events. So these are toxic chemicals. They're bad. So everything involved with batteries is not green. There is no such thing as a green battery. You should feel environmentally guilty for using a battery of any kind. No such thing as environmentally green battery. So what happened is California didn't think this through. There's a harebrained, let's hand more money to the wealthy while still screwing the poor kind of law, the typical of California, right? But it was under the guise of let's help the poor, and this is going to make energy cheaper. Yeah, right. All it did was enrich PG&E, which is mostly the monopoly of Northern California, and a couple other the smaller monopolies, perhaps SoCal Edison, etc. Because now they weren't giving people much money for the power. People were generating it, but solar is not that efficient at it. So the cost of installing the solar cost the taxpayers really hard to give rich people these subsidies, rich people that don't need these subsidies. And now these rich people's have almost nothing power bill. Well, poor people can't even afford electricity, and the elderly are dying of heat because they can't afford to turn it on, right? It didn't lower anybody's power because PG&E, being a for-profit publicly traded company, and others like it similar, they don't have an incentive to lower the bills. What the hell are you talking about? It's a publicly traded for-profit company comfortable with killing. You think they were going to be nice guys and lower the power bills? What's that meme of the rich guys laughing? Meme rich guys laughing. This one. I just want a picture. I don't want to go to Twitter. This one. All right. Now full screen this picture. And you get the point. This rich guy's laughing. I think that's Reagan. I think that's Bush. That might be Cheney in the front. I don't know. But it's a meme where the poor people thought that this would benefit them. This is another thing where it's just a tap dance. It's a tap dance. Yeah, the electric car fires are insane. That's not being thought through either. If you want to go completely electric California, you know what you have to do first? You have to equip every single firehouse, including the ones rural, like the volunteer ones, with some special, very, very special equipment so they can actually put out electric car fires. Mostly they can't put them out. They just kind of let them burn. They put out the vegetation fires nearby. If you put water on a lithium, I don't know if it's LiPo or look, I don't know, but mostly LiPos, I think. If you put water on it, then I believe what some lithium fires do is they split apart the oxygen from the H2O. They use that oxygen to fuel themselves and fuel the fire. So, oh, you know what? I can make a meme. This is a generator. They thought solar would help the poor. That's how you make a meme, guys. That's it. And lower the bills. So what it did is increase taxes. Well, I mean, I don't know if it increased the taxes, but it drained the treasury of California, handed it to rich people who put solar on their roof, and so the rich, even though they're rich, they enjoy instead of getting a paycheck. Say you didn't even use any energy. You were completely self-sustaining, right? In your house, your ranch, whatever you have in California, you still wouldn't be able to just sell at a decent rate solar power to the grid. Like there's caps on it and stuff. They don't give you much for it. So there's no real incentive, even though like this has turned most of the wealthy neighborhoods of California into giant solar farms. Like you get mostly the way it works is mostly a break on your own power usage from the grid. So it doesn't incentivize anybody to get off the grid. California's aging infrastructure, they're not putting money into upgrading the grid, even though Californians are reproducing and there's still immigration to the state for some reason. They're not upgrading the grid. That doesn't make them money. They just want to overload the existing stuff and running it into the ground, So when they didn't think this through, the power companies, when all these rich people took advantage of this, they suddenly got way too much power than they could handle. There was no way to contact people and tell them to turn it off, please. They didn't think this through. They didn't upgrade the grid, the long distance lines. You know, some of them are still 96 years old. Nikola Tesla maybe even oversaw their manufacturing of some of their parts. You can believe that. Some of the lines are sitting on top of poles that used to be telegraph poles, according to Smitty. He saw some of those. That's how bad it is. Some telegraph poles are still power poles. That's how cheap they are. Now, instead of upgrading the grid, they had this massive problem, and at first it was like this: we're going to sell the excess power we make to other states that need it. But guess what? The other states don't need it that are near California, because Oregon has like really, really cheap power in the form of gigantic dams like the Dalles and Bonneville, all these places, right? Besides, Oregon is one of the least populated states in the union, so there's not a lot of power demand, and they don't even run air conditioning that often. The same thing with Seattle, like they don't need power, and so you look at the other states. There's Arizona and Nevada and stuff. What border is California? That's Arizona, or is it New Mexico? I can't remember right now. But they make a lot of. They're also pretty low population, and they also have their own solar. So when they first had the surplus that was going to shut down California's grid and cause rolling blackouts, they went to the other states and said, "You want to buy some cheap power?" They went, "Nah, not really. Have a good day." And mind you, other states don't like California. Like the Colorado River has been diverted away to help California, right? Like New Mexico and Arizona and Nevada are missing a whole bunch of water that should be going to them because they were strong-armed in construction projects in the 30s and stuff. Funneled that all to California because California had rich, fertile soil, and Orange County actually grew oranges and stuff back then. The justification was California needs the water for growing stuff, and well, let's go back to the meme. They said they'd grow stuff, they'd grow food with other states' water. The tap dance, right? So these states don't like California. They're not here to do California a favor. They're pretty mad that they basically can't. They have a lot of cities that can't grow because they don't have enough water. Hey, good morning. God, it's 2:30 in the morning. So yeah, the LT prod says South Africa's power grid is bad. You know, California's not much better. Minor windstorms blow over their power lines. 40 plus years of neglected maintenance, etc. So the point is that when California first started this gigantic surplus of power, they asked the other states to please buy some cheap power. Yeah. I like the reactions, guys. The funny laugh thing, right? The other states says, nah. And instead of saying no, thank you, they probably went, no, thank you. And with a middle finger, no, thank you. And California started sweating bullets. The power company was like, oh, God, we're overloading our grid. We have to send this power somewhere. And we actually don't have a system where we can mass text people to turn this off. Besides, they'd get sued. Like all these rich people and middle class people that got the solar on their roof, they were told they were going to get tax breaks for this and breaks on their power bill. They counted the beans. They said, for this investment over the next 25 years, I'm going to save X amount of money because I'm going to every day sell power to the grid. So they really couldn't go back on this promise, and asking people to turn off their solar was going to piss off all these people, and it would piss off the greenies too, the environmentalists, and the people who were selling this tap dance of a program. So they said, hey, other states, would you like this excess power for free? Maybe you could sell it to other states, pass it along or something. Maybe Texas will buy it from you or something. Would you like it for free? And these other states went, no. Finally, California's power companies went, okay, can we pay you to take it? And they went, yeah, you could pay us to take it. So that's part of why California's power bills have stayed high. California had to pay other states to take solar power. This may still happen. Was this an LA Times article? California produced so much solar power on those days that it paid Arizona to take excess electricity and its residents weren't using to avoid overloading its own power lines, which would have meant rolling blackouts and stuff. This is not, I'm not joking, June 22nd, 2017. My friend is still alive at this point. He won't be by October when PG&E power lines go down at the Cascade Fire. So right now, affordable housing is not being built in California because they just signed this tap dancing jerk governor guy just signed some more legislation saying you can't build any low income housing with state subsidies unless you put solar on it. And the subsidy program is basically done for solar. It's now extremely expensive to put solar on your roof in Oregon, California, and stuff. The heyday is over. You know, that was pre 2020 stuff. They pretty much bankrupted themselves on this really harebrained scheme that never made any community independent to the grid, never really got anybody off the fossil fuels, never really shut down any dams, never really made the power cheaper, never really helped the environment. Because it was China that made these solar power things, because they never said you had to buy it from America. So China opened up a whole bunch of new coal factories that belched out coal, CO2, burned coal, belched out that pollution in order to manufacturing these panels, because that was the only way to make it affordable was to buy the cheap China stuff. I remember Solar World opened some massive plants west of Portland, and they were trying to cash in on this, but I think they shut down. Like they basically went bankrupt. That was under the Obama system. Obama's plans for saving people's homes and doing solar really didn't work. So you would think it would have had the best chance of success. It just didn't. It was a giveaway to China, and China gave us really, well, cheap, but you get what you pay for kind of units, right? So China, it roared China's economy to life with this green stuff, but this was a tap dance. It wasn't true green, and it didn't help. Like, so I hope you guys understand the depth of the corruption here. How a lot of people just hate the word global warming and green this, green that. It gets hijacked by the people who don't care. These green initiatives get hijacked by the guys who just want to make a buck of it. So if you want to get elected, you just take PG&E's money, lots of it, and scratch their back once you're in office, even though they keep burning down California's environment, destroy the oxygen factories and CO2 converters called forests. It's fake green. I do praise a green initiative when I see it, but I don't see too many that are real. I could plan them. I could plan it so that I could write a bill so that plastic bags had a deposit. You had to pay 25 cents for them at checkout. You got 25 cents back when you returned it. But no such thing for paper bags, which can biodegrade. I could do real green things, but I hope you understand that the people who are like against green initiatives aren't because they hate the planet and they love to rape it. They're as jaded as I am, seeing so much of it being abused with fake green initiatives. They're really, really jaded. So both parties have to clean house. Corruption's got to end. The tap dancing has to end. We are the unfortunate victims of wildfires, our environment being destroyed by an unholy alliance and marriage between evil corporations and evil politicians. If you think a D is a D or an R before somebody's name means they're good or bad, both sides are in on this. Pulling the wool over your eyes, taking advantage of those who care, trying to pit us against each other, trying to get us to hate each other. When loggers and environmentalists want the same thing, a healthy forest, right? Pit us against each other. That's why I don't allow this. That, yeah, exactly the LT prod. It's about control and profit. As long as we, the people who are a lot more powerful than they are, we outnumber them by so much. As long as we are at each other's throats, we're not at theirs. If we blame and hate each other, we're not demanding change from them. We're not cleaning the house. It needs to be cleaned. Right. You know, it's a broken system. So become a patriot. The earliest patriots, the earliest presidents and such, refused to be a member of a party. They knew that that would divide us eventually. Jefferson was not a member of a political party. George Washington was not a member of a political party. I'm not a member of a political party. As soon as I see one that'll actually do something good, I might join. But I haven't seen that yet. Just be a patriot. Be a patriot of the environment. Be a patriot of the country. And be able to see through it. Just don't trust instantly, especially if they're saying things they want you to hear. Like the people you should mistrust the most are the ones who try to make you angry or afraid. That's the instant way to control your thoughts, make you angry or afraid. Mistrust that. And the third thing you need to mistrust is those who tell you exactly what you want to hear. Especially if you hate the people I tell you to enough and get more people to hate them. Problem solved. Mm-hmm. Katie Horton says Thomas Jefferson's a relative of mine. That's pretty cool. The LT Prod says parties formed to solve bigger issues and dissolved in the past. Yeah, you know, I kind of like the Teddy Roosevelt Bull Moose Party. That one sounded awesome. There's a lot of people that want to revive that one. Sounds pretty cool. But, you know, we don't have to have a revolution and change everything. Thank God we still have some power. Like, I've been into countries where your vote doesn't matter because it doesn't matter. I am so fortunate to live in the United States where women are allowed to talk. I can show you my hair. You know, I can't show you my hair in some countries in the Middle East. That's illegal. I'd be arrested. I'd walk around without a male escort and I'd be dragged into a cell, given a virginity test because I'm an unmarried woman. And whether or not I did jail times, whether or not I passed a virginity test, which means basically being raped by a fake doctor. Okay, this isn't Iran, you know. This isn't Egypt. This isn't Russia, where your vote does not matter. This isn't a place that has, under most circumstances, a mandatory draft. We still can do something with our vote. We still can change things. So your vote does matter. When you write letters and do campaigns, it matters. But a lot of hate undoing has to occur first. And we have to realize a lot of this, like everything from white privilege to those kind of words that are just divisive, it's just the powers that be who are already in control trying to keep us at each other's throats. They hate progress. They hate us uniting. They hate that. That's why we love it. I do have faith in the people, you know. Yeah, Katie, Iraq does that. I'm so fortunate. We need to love what we need to love about America. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna show that. The word slave meant that was held for review, but the L2 prod says if you were a Uyghur, you might be a slave in China. True. Or you know what? You might be a slave in China just for a variety of reasons. But Uyghurs are Muslim minority, primarily Muslim minority in China. So also in China, they have like a DNA database on their citizens, I hear. I have a friend who's fled China. She was my neighbor for a time. Her horror stories are just beyond horror stories. She says that there is a database in China where, especially with prisoners, you get a blood test and your DNA tested anytime you're arrested in China. And if your blood, DNA, and such matches somebody in the party, you just may be held indefinitely without even charges in a prison in China, and for no particular reason that you can understand. It may be that you were pulled over for a traffic thing. Maybe you went to an illegal to view website in China. They'll use any excuse, right? If your DNA matches a party member, you'll either be watched or incarcerated. You may be given, especially if that party member is ill, as in their liver's failing. You just may be given some really serious charges that can mean life in prison, such as, like being against the state or something, or, you know, saying Tiananmen Square was, even mentioning it actually, saying that word, saying Tiananmen Square resistors were heroes or something. Because the moment that that party member needs your organ, needs a new liver, you get the death penalty, and that party member gets a new liver. That's the kind of tale she says. Yeah, forcible organ harvesting. Hopefully it's just a kidney, you can survive that. But what if it's a liver? And what if it's the heart, We take a lot for granted, and we should not be as jaded about America as we are. Like, you can take the knee at an NFL protest. The Chinese wouldn't allow that. You'd be imprisoned. You still have freedom of speech, not on YouTube because that's private corporations. So that's a stupid thing that people come in here and say, is this a free speech zone? No, it's not. It's YouTube. It's a private corporation. Okay, you can make your own website and say whatever you want on it, except the things that are not free speech, such as inciting violence, inciting riots, praising and encouraging terror and stuff like that. That's not freedom of speech. You can make your own website, host it, pay for it. You can say anything you want, pretty much. And also, libel and slander is never going to be allowed legally. That's when you lie and can't back up your statement, but you try to ruin the income or the life or reputation of somebody, right? That's not freedom of speech. That's an abuse of free speech. Katie says the Bantu have Muslim and descendants of Egypt. Oh yeah. So we still have, for the most part, things like due process. We've had our rights violated. We've had atrocity committed by feds. The Indians are like, yeah, is that news to you? Native Americans are like, yeah, the feds do evil things. Is that news to you? Waco and Ruby Ridge and stuff. But for the most part, the government just doesn't put a beat on you and pull the trigger. Like, for the most part, it's rule of law, but you can't let it slip. Well, no, I mean, I actually defend some things about YouTube, such as, like, if I was a person who started, say, a video platform, I'm against hatred in general, right? Especially things like the hatred that allows governments to control people, like fascism. I dislike fascism very much, right? So if I started a company where I wanted people to mostly share their ideas, but not promote fascism, I would like to reserve the right to tell fascists to get the hell off my platform and do it elsewhere. Like the part of freedom is I need the freedom to not be forced to promote fascism, right? So I understand that YouTube is a privately owned company. Like, it's not the public. I could still express myself if I make my own website and I upload my own videos onto it, and nobody's going to arrest me as long as I obey the law. it's a business, and they used to have a policy of pretty much everything goes. And all that did was get a whole bunch of recruits for that ISIL. Some people call it ISIS, but it's really ISIL terror group, Islamic State. They had their recruitment videos on there, and that was awful. On one hand, I think I watched on YouTube when I was a kid a beheading video of Nick Berg or something. That was on YouTube. Public executions were on YouTube. Like it was a Wild West, right? So if they don't want any topic spoken about on YouTube because it'll chase away they make money through advertisement. Like if I was a makeup company and I wanted to just advertise on YouTube, basically they just signed a big agreement. Please put my advertisements for my makeup company on popular videos, please. And the more money you pay, the more popular the video is. I wish it was a little bit more pinpointy than that. Like, for example, if a company is against guns or something, you wouldn't want a firearms channel, showing that. So I really wish YouTube would just say that some channels are firearms hunting, trapping related, fishing related, and so like vegan stuff should not appear on there, right? Like they could just do it smartly this way, but like nobody would want their makeup company or whatever company it is to be associated with terror recruitment videos and stuff, right? Maybe a lot of people are beheading videos, or public executions, things that are just absolutely gruesome, right? So YouTube had a policy of basically taking what they consider to be the most offensive stuff and just sort of like saying no monetization. Now they've gone way overboard. I do not agree with that. Like for right now, you can't have a hunting video make any money basically because it might offend some vegan, right? Well, Sportsman's Warehouse really might want to advertise with you though. Just make a tagging process, right? Anyway, they're not doing it right, but I do defend a company's right. Like if you're against drunk driving, don't have a bunch of people defending drunk driving. You could just shut that down because that's your right. Now, the people who want total free speech, sometimes they don't even know what the word is. What is not protected free speech is vulgarity. Okay, because that's meant to upset people, not express yourself. And extremely offensive, obscene language. That's meant to shock and offend, not just express yourself. You can use normal language. That doesn't do that. Hate speech is not free speech either. That's meant to control the minds of other people and to that basically is right on the cusp of inciting violence. So the other thing that's not free speech is encouraging and inciting violence. Another thing that's not free speech is saying stuff like, will nobody get rid of this priest for me? Will nobody get rid of this meddlesome priest? That's what one of the kings of England said. And then if you're a popular person, there's always crazy people out there that want to please you. You can't say, oh, I wish somebody's dead or gone or something. And because if your followers do that, you are responsible. You just can't do that. Even in medieval times, that's how the Pope would excommunicate you because you can't do that, right? That's not free speech. Obscene stuff is not freedom of speech. You can't encourage anybody to break the law. That's not freedom of speech. I do that occasionally. I think that if an elderly or disabled person who's mentally handicapped does not understand a wildfire is coming and they're about to die, I think you should pick them up and take them with you, if it's safe to do so. So that's technically illegal, but the reason that we have rule of law here is judges. A judge is going to decide, and a district attorney is going to decide whether or not to prosecute you. and your intent matters. You're obviously not trying to kidnap somebody. So the reason I say that, don't let somebody burn to death because you're afraid of a kidnapping charge. Don't be afraid of that kidnapping charge. You will not be prosecuted. That's not kidnapping. Your intent matters, and I don't think there's a judge in the country that will prosecute you for kidnapping if you saved an old lady's life or something. You know, if there's a child walking down the street as you're evacuating Paradise and you can't find their parents, but obviously the whole town's evacuating, put the child in your front seat and then go to a police station and say, I don't know where this child came from, but this is not kidnapping, right? This is evacuation. So I'm talking about people with severe problems where they cannot grasp the severity of the situation. There's a lot of people like that. We're talking about dementia, whatever. And sometimes that just applies to the weirdness of old age. Every once in a while, you'll talk to an elder person and they are totally capable of independent living, but then they'll say stuff like, "I survived World War II, so this fire is not going to get me, or this flood's not going to get me," and they refuse to evacuate. That is a kind of like a weird, stubborn dementia thing. That, don't worry, you're not going to be charged with kidnapping, especially if the threat was real, right? Your intent is going to matter in the charges. Now, if you picked up that old elderly person and there was only like a level 1 evacuation, like a get ready, and then your family members looted their house, yeah, you're going to get prosecuted, and for a good reason. So, yeah, the L2 prod says implied consent, meaning you would want me to save my life if you can't consent. True, yeah. Okay, it's very different. A wildfire is very different than that little wrist bracelet that says do not resuscitate. Technically, you're supposed to be prosecuted for that, but I know a lot of judges that won't. Right now, there's a lot of firefighters and such where if they see a very young person who's under the age of 21 that has a do not resuscitate bracelet, their policy is to put their knee on that bracelet and say, I never saw that. Because really, they're below the age of 21. They could be in like a cult-like thing where it's God's will that I die, but they're not really old enough to be an independent adult and think that through, right? So I've known judges just dismiss this stuff, or it's, go whine, to your cult, So anyway, that's the only kind of law breaking that I can legally, but illegally talk about. I encourage people to do the right thing, the right moral, ethical thing, and that usually lines up with the law. There are always exceptions to the law for weird and crazy circumstances. If you find yourself in a weird and crazy circumstance, do the right thing. Throw your suitcase out and put a human being in the car. Do the right thing. And I did get something clarified from some ham radio operators. There's some, did C-Pro leave them here? He did. C-Pro just bought a bunch of radios. This is very fire relevant. This thing is capable of not only listening, but talking on like firefighter channels, like emergency channels. And if you were to tune in and just say, hey, what's up? I would be arrested. Like, hey, what's up, firefighters? Thanks for doing a good job, or anything. I would be arrested, right? Somebody would triangulate this position and come to my house, right? Now, a lot of people are like, what if a fire's coming to me and I can't evacuate, or I'm scared, or I don't know what to do. The power's out, my phone is down, I've got this, and I can hear firefighters talking, or first responders, or somebody talking. This is my only lifeline to talk to a human being. Can I ask for help? Or I'm lost. You're in the woods, can I ask for help? Yes, you can. Yes. Keep it short and absolutely emergency related. Like, this is my address. This is where I'm at. Please help me. You can do it. So that's all right. You're not going to be arrested, charged, or given a $25,000 fine, which is like something that um, normally would occur. That's for the abusers. That's for the guys that we actually witnessed this a few times on stream. They came. Um, some people were talking obscenities on the emergency firefighter traffic and made them switch channels. It was pretty disgusting, but we heard a lot of that in 2020. Yeah. Well, it's legal to do it on the channels where it's legal, but I'm talking about the first responder channels, you know. So, um, that was something that I wondered. I didn't know the answer to that. Like, first of all, my initial response would be, who cares if there's a $25,000 fine? You're going to be alive, right? But second, now I know the truth is you're not going to get fined. If you had a legit, true emergency, you had no other way to communicate, do it. Don't hesitate. Do it. You know. So, um, yeah, the profanity and stuff. Yeah, that sounds hilarious, Katie. They're talking about a haunted truck. Sounds like they're redoing Pee Wee's Big Adventure. Didn't he just die of cancer? That's a bummer. It's 3 in the morning, guys. You know what? I gotta go. We did a fire roundup. It became huge and gigantic. My throat still hurts. Kind of forgot that my throat still hurts because I've been engaged with you guys. But I have to spare it. I'm not well. I've got some sinus problem, and I just slept for like 20 hours or something nuts like that because I was so dang tired. So I'm going to be awake here, but it's still the night. There's no breaking news emergencies. Now the fires are still here. There's nothing really to track right now. So sorry, this really was not the concise 1 hour roundup that I wanted it to be. I'm really not good at that yet. I think I need to write a script for myself, turn chat off, do wildfire roundups, turn chat on again, and then do a question and answer time. But I don't think there's a way to do it. You either allow chat for a live stream or you don't. I don't I don't think you can turn it on and off at will. You can't even turn on and off automatic generation of subtitles. I remember I had deaf people during the Dixie Fire who wanted me to restart the stream and turn on you know, closed captions. And I had this horrible dilemma because I had like 20,000 people listening, and I was not going to have 20,000 people listening with a stream restart. You just don't get everybody following you. A lot of people don't know how to restart it. Like the elderly who say, set it up for me, and it's playing, they don't know what to do. We had people over age 100 listening. We had children listening, entire families around it. So, I mean, I did a middle ground thing and said, please, like, can you type what I'm saying? And I asked the mods to do that, and that was a good middle of the road solution. But YouTube is frustrating. It's very primitive. If they could make it a million times easier to use with really very simple code, but what? I mean, why would a billion-dollar company want to do that? Why would they want to stay relevant and make their product easier to use when they're already like a monopoly, right? So I'm going to have a funny automatic sound effect thing where people wander in here and say, is this a free speech zone? And basically it says, niet, you know, no in Russian, right? Niet, comrade, niet. Because I can't fight the system here. I have to go by YouTube's rules. And no, I don't want people discussing and promoting the things that I am against. I don't want people promoting hate, disagreement, squabbling, fighting. I will 86 you myself. This is Catherine's world. You want to criticize and do something fundamentally different, go make your own world. If you're already on YouTube and already chatting, you already have a channel, hit the button that says go live and then figure it out from there. Yeah, I hope YouTube gets better, the LT. I ain't holding my breath, though. I ain't holding my breath. But anyway, I'm here to help people. The moment that I stop doing that, I end it immediately. I don't like monitoring wildfires, and that's not a secret. I hate this. I despise this. It's horrifying. I've always hated fire, basically. I've always been afraid of it. It's like somebody with arachnophobia having a spider channel. You know, I don't like this, but nobody else is doing it. So, Major, oh, hey, Major, by the way, I'm sorry I didn't greet you. Take care, sleep is good, yes. I'm so sorry. Did I ignore you? I'm so sorry. Um, didn't mean to. Yeah. You're going to bed too? Yeah, everybody should go to bed. And the more I talk, like the more I keep people up, and I realize that it's like a Wednesday night. Now it's like a Thursday, right? I do have people in Australia and stuff that listen, but not that many. People are going to start waking up on the East Coast and go, oh, cool, Catherine's on. I'm like, oh, crap. Catherine's still on. Yeah, crap. I do this because I care and it makes a difference. And that's why I think you guys are here too. And that's why I celebrate you. Thank you, mods, for showing up. Thank you, people, and even new people today, for helping us crowdsource the info. Thank you so much for everybody who has donated. It's 6 a.m. here. Yeah, oh God. Now, I'm in the middle of a lawsuit. This is part of why I haven't been here. And then the last prior 2 days, I was rolling with a fever and pretty incompetent to even say things correctly. Like, I could see the Queen of England's, latest Queen of England, like, in my head, but I couldn't name her, Like, I was that out of it, rolling with fever in a couple of days. So that seems to have passed, but the sore throat, the sinus problem, the weird my right ear not equalizing is an issue. I hope that this will stabilize. I hope I can get this lawsuit thing wrapped up pretty quickly. But that's going to take a number of days here, and that is number one priority. I can't lose this. So I'm monitoring things. People like Smitty have my phone number, and him, C Pro, Big Dog, and others are keeping me abreast of the fire situations. And it's when they first break out, when there's active evacuations and people aren't sure what the fire is going to do, that's when we matter the most. I hope Alan will come back and other firefighters too. I'm not sure where he's been. But yeah, thank you guys. And if you see this later, hit all of you guys hit the like button on your way out. Please do consider even a small donation, because not only is it a donation that'll keep us running through August. I don't have any funding through August right now. We need to fundraise to keep going through August. I am going to give away stuff. I just need to figure out the rules for it. Things like Pixel 7 phones and maybe some other things. I want people to get something back for their donations, I just have to figure this all out. Yeah, thank you. It's been annoying, but I'm just very lucky to be alive. I'm still recovering from long COVID, and it appears that COVID attacked my kidneys all through the winter time. That could have been a lot worse than it turned out to be. I had doubts that I would live through the winter. My brother did not live through the winter. He finally succumbed to cancer after 15 years of fighting it. It puts things into perspective. Alan has dipped in and out. Yeah, he used to be so right there all the time. I'm just hoping he's still enthusiastic, you know. He's great too. But thank you all for being here. I want to quickly win this suit. I'll have a lot more free time. Rearrange this room like I keep talking about for ideal Firestream stuff, so no more shenanigans with the pen and all that. I do have much better audio equipment and better lights to set up. It's just I had never realized it would be this difficult to find desks that go together in like a horseshoe shape and can actually work. Like it's still I have to mount some of the monitors to the wall, and I have to have long enough arms to move them to the points where I can see everything. So it's all a challenge, you know. Alan is a great name. Yeah, he changed something else. God, quit changing your names on me, guys. You know what? We should do a meme where every time we say the word, somebody says the word Alan, I cue the Velociraptor saying Alan. You guys ever seen that before? It was on Jurassic Park 3. Jurassic Park 3. Oh my god, I'm on YouTube. I never get used to that. Alan. Yeah, Alan's Bad Dream. Oh no, this is going to get copyright flag because it's 21 seconds long instead of like a second. Let me unmute it for a second. Let me just go to the point where he wakes up from his dream. Yeah, he wakes up and there's nobody flying the plane, right? He goes, what the hell?
Alan. Alan.
It's a damn Velociraptor. Okay, if that gets copyright flagged, I'm going to scream. All right, friends, good night. Alan's a great name. Yeah. His screen name is Chief now. Oh, God. Okay. Let me write that down. I got a little book now. I need a database of all you guys changing your names. All right, let's go. Stream chatters. Okay. Val became Don't Step in the Grease. Sherlock Jones became Michael Jones. Alan became Chief something, right? Okay. Chief. I like Chief, though. That's cool. All right. Good night, friends. Now, fingers crossed, even though southeastern Oregon's running into red flag, we don't really have any measurable rain in sight. It's rain that is going to help the most on the flat fire and the bedrock here. Both seem to be human caused, maybe even by campfires. We're not really sure, but the bedrock started in a campground. Who knows? Oh my God. But rain is really what's going to be the thing that helps the most. We don't have it in sight, so the best thing we can hope for is the pretty mild weather that's just no high winds. But August is lightning strike season, so hold on to your butts. Just need to pray that no bigger fires start and the personnel don't get peeled away. In fact, they need to add a lot more personnel, especially to the flat fire. I'm very worried that they are understaffed. 1,000 people's not enough. Add a few thousand more, please. Okay, my throat's ragged now. Really, I'm gonna go. It's just fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed that they got enough time to get around this, do some containment, do some good backfiring, whatever they gotta do, before high winds turn these into mega disasters. They still have that potential. And that's why we need to be vigilant. Stay safe. Good night and good luck.